Good morning, everyone. I, Shakti Khanna, on behalf of International Center for Automotive Technology, feel privileged to welcome you all back for the second day of the ICAT Startups Connect. I welcome all the esteemed speakers and panelists who have joined us today. We appreciate you for taking valuable time out of your busy schedules to be a part of this webinar. Yesterday, we had inaugurated the ICAT Startups Connect in the presence of prominent speakers during the keynote. We also held the first session of the webinar yesterday with the theme of experience, outlook, and expectations from startups. Today, we will be continuing with our journey with two more sessions. Before we begin, let us have a poll. And in the meantime, I would request the speakers to get ready with their presentations. Can we have the poll, please?
Ankit, can you please confirm whether you're able to see me?
So we can only see you after the poll.
All right, but please confirm, okay? You're able to hear me for sure, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll have the result right after this short video.
International Center for Automotive Technology, ICAT. The most populous democracy in the world, the Republic of India is a vast South Asian country with diverse terrain ranging from the Himalayan peaks to Indian Ocean coastline and a history dating back 5 millennia. A cultural melting pot, it is a pluralistic, multilingual and multi-ethnic society which became one of the fastest growing major economies post market-based economic reforms in 1991. A key contributor to this enviable position is the automotive industry, which accounts for 7.1% of the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Located at the northern hub of automotive industry in Manesar, Haryana, ICAT has emerged as a comprehensive technical partner to the automotive industry and renders valuable services such as homologation and certification, developmental projects and testing and automotive R&D projects. The state-of-the-art infrastructure at ICAT is pivotal in carrying out these functions and can be broadly classified into following areas of excellence. Powertrain Laboratory. Powertrain Lab offers services in the fields of vehicle and engine emission and performance test, along with calibration services. The labs are fully equipped to undertake the homologation test of both the engine and the vehicle as per latest Indian, European and other international regulations of automobiles. Apart from homologation, performance measurement of engine and vehicle, fuel consumption measurement and optimization, emission tests and optimization including EGR, engine mapping, exhaust temperature optimization and ECU calibration of vehicles. Engine Test Cell (ETC). There are 13 transient test cells ranging from 35 kilowatt to 880 kilowatt capacity. These engine test cells are capable of carrying out advanced tests such as performance, optimization, emissions measurements, EGR and SCR optimization, durability and validation for engines for various automotive and no automotive applications. Vehicle Test Cell (VTC). There are 6 emissions vehicle chassis dynamometers and 3 mileage chassis dynamometers capable of testing vehicles up to 5,000 kg GVW. Each test cell is equipped to test and check various emission parameters such as hydrocarbon, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxides and particulates as per BS6 and Euro 6 norms and durability and validation. The lab is also equipped for an on-road emission performance. Vehicle Evaluation Lab (VEL). Vehicle Evaluation Lab undertakes key tests including coast down, brake performance, maximum speed, fuel consumption, acceleration and performance, drivability trials, tire noise testing, endurance and durability tests, ABS test, etc. as per the specific needs of the customer on test tracks. Component Certification Lab (CCL). Component Certification Lab (CCL) provides services related to certification and homologation of automotive components. As per Central Motor Vehicle Rules (CMVR), the lab undertakes developmental testing, environmental testing, vibration testing, hot and cold chamber, weatherometer, ozone chamber, salt spray chamber, walk-in chamber, etc. for all components for on-road and off-road vehicles. Photometry Lab. Photometry Lab at ICAT is the state-of-the-art facility and one of the finest in the world. Fundamental research is carried out on LED measurement methods, spectroradiometric measurements techniques, visibility and glare, headlamp aiming, conspicuity, telematics, etc. Not only does the lab cater to automotive lighting, but also provides testing and development services to non-automotive applications, which includes domestic lighting and aviation lighting. Materials Lab. Multiple facilities available here in Materials Lab include mechanical testing of rubbers and plastics, coolant test facility, chemical testing of polymers, flammability testing of upholstery, carpet materials as well as inner components, wiring harness for kits used in automotive 2, 3 and 4-wheelers, etc. Fatigue Lab. In order to ascertain the life of products, extensive tests are undertaken by OEMs and their vendors. These tests include durability and integrity assessment of vehicles, systems and subsystems under various driving and environmental conditions. Fatigue Lab in ICAT has state-of-the-art facility wherein you can bring in roads to the lab evaluation, multi-axis simulation tables, X-posters and various actuators in various simulated environmental conditions make this possible. Electromagnetic Compatibility Lab (EMC). The application of electronics has significantly increased in automobiles over last few decades. In view of this, the electromagnetic compatibility compliance has become of paramount importance both at the device as well as vehicle level. Passive Safety Lab simulates various crash scenarios. This is to ensure occupant and pedestrian protection in the event when a vehicle encounters a crash and the ability of the vehicle structure to absorb the energy of the impact. Some of the services offered are frontal impact crash test, side impact crash test, side pole impact, rear impact test, static rollover, pedestrian protection testing, etc. A notable point is that ICAT was the first organization to set up pedestrian safety lab in India. Tire test lab. Tire, being crucial for the road safety, comfort and fuel economy of the vehicle, needs to undergo a comprehensive and rigorous testing to evaluate and ensure its adequate performance. Both performance and rolling resistance evaluation of tires for various category of vehicles is undertaken in this lab. Noise, Vibration and Harshness Lab. A Center of Excellence on Noise, Vibration and Harshness (NVH) is the first of its kind of facility in India to offer services for development of vehicles and components, testing and validation. The lab is equipped with the semi-anechoic chambers with chassis dynamometers and state-of-the-art equipment and instrumentation. Automotive Electronics and Electrical Lab. The AEEL at ICAT is one of the most important labs considering the rapid increase in the use of electrical and electronics in the vehicles. The major facilities available at AEEL are related to electrical measurements, ECU validation, environmental testing, altitude testing, dust and water ingress testing, thermal shock, vibration and shock testing, weather resistance, battery cyclers and motor test benches, etc. CAD-CAE Lab. CAD-CAE Lab helps in design and development of vehicle and its component. Here, components and vehicles are not only tested virtually, but also studied for modification and optimization if required. Apart from virtual testing, it offers other services such as CAD modeling, drawings, fixtures and structure design. ICAT is poised to develop into Automotive Development Center, not only to provide certification services, but also product development services to Indian and global OEMs. At ICAT, we constantly strive for excellence, both in terms of building facilities and building matching skills. International Center for Automotive Technology, ICAT.
Thank you all for participating in the poll. Can we please have the results? So as we can see, the majority of our audience does agree that all of these factors, all of these areas are important for functioning of a startup. Now moving on further, we will now begin with the second session of the series, and which is the first session of the day. The theme of the session is overcoming the initial challenges and enablers needed for growth of startups. In this panel, we have Shri S.J.R. Kuttiji, who will be moderating the panel, and the list of speakers includes Shri Namit Jain, Shri Ankit Mittal, Shri Irfan Khan, and Shri Sunil Mehta. I'll introduce our moderator. Shri S.J.R. Kuttiji has graduated in metallurgical engineering from College of Engineering, Pune. He completed his LLB from ILS Law College, Pune, after which he did his master's from Imperial College, London. He is associated with Tata Motors and has been contributing to the automotive fraternity for more than 36 years. Shri S.J.R. Kuttiji is the head of Vehicle Attributes and Technical Services at the Engineering Research Center, ERC, the product development division of Tata Motors. He has deep functional expertise across areas of new product development, innovation, and R&D strategy. As head of Vehicle Attributes and Technical Services, he is also responsible for the crash safety team that developed India's first 5-star rated global NCAP car that has led Tata brand name being associated with road safety across India. I would now request the moderator to kindly introduce the panel and proceed with the session. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. And I welcome my panel consisting of Namit from Zen Mobility. We have Ankit Mittal from Sheru. We have Irfan from e-bike Go, and we have Sunil Mehta from Virya Batteries. Sunil, can you please put on your video so that all of us can see you? I just, before I start this session, good morning, everybody. I welcome you to this panel. A word of appreciation for these panelists, because they are all successful, creative people who have taken on the challenge to bring their ideas to fruition. Many of us who have been working for corporations for many years have great respect for these young and not so young entrepreneurs who have gone beyond what is ordinary risk-taking abilities to not only employ themselves, but take on the mantle of employing a large percentage of our population in this country. Thank you very much for agreeing to be part of this conversation. So to put things in context, it was a bright, sunny, wintry day. The students had gathered around their teacher. The teacher was Dronacharya, and on the one side, the Pandavas were getting ready for the competition. On the other were the Kauravas. The teacher asked who would lead the Pandavas, and Arjuna stepped forward. And who would lead the Kauravas? Or obviously, it was Duryodhana who came forward. The competition was one of archery, and Dronacharya was asked a question: what do you see? What I have in my mind? Taking the bow and arrow in hand, Duryodhana picked up the trees, the birds flying in the sky, the clouds, and Dronacharya asked a question: what do you see? And he said all of the above. And Dronacharya said, shoot. The arrow went and was never seen again. Next, Arjuna comes. The teacher asks the question again: what do you see that you want, that I have in my mind? And he says, sir, I see a tree, I see the leaves, and I see a wooden parrot, and I see the eye of the parrot. The teacher then says, shoot, and instantly the wooden parrot was on the ground. This is the story of actually entrepreneurs, and the four of them who are on the panel, who are seeing an idea as effectively as Arjuna saw the eye of the parrot, absolutely focused in what they want to do, and achieve great laurels for their idea and taking it forward. So I really welcome the panelists to this conversation. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, audience. I take this opportunity to introduce Shri Namit Jain. Mr. Namit Jain has completed his bachelor's and master's in automotive engineering from Germany and the automobile design from Italy. Thereafter, he studied management and entrepreneurship from Stanford and is presently the CEO of Zen Mobility. In the past, Namit has worked with organizations such as Mitsubishi Aircraft Corporation, Volkswagen, NTF Group, RWTH Institute of Technology and Innovation Management, wherein he got the opportunity to work with an electric vehicle startup to complete his master's dissertation. He's passionate about design, innovation, engineering and technology, focusing on new mobility and clean energy. We're delighted to have you, Namit, in this conversation. You may kindly unmute and start your presentation. For the audience, we have these four panelists. They will be making 4 presentations, after which you're welcome to post your questions. We'll try to have 10 minutes of question and answers. Feel free to put your questions and we'll take them up at the end. I will then summarize towards the end of the conversation. Over to you, Namitji. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kuti. That was a great introduction. And thank you to ICAT for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I'm just going to share my screen, display the presentation.
Are you having difficulty, Namit?
I've shared it. I'll just check it once. Yeah. Can you view the presentation? Not yet.
Not yet, not yet, not yet. So
Just a second.
have the organizers given control to Namit?
Yes, he is the presenter.
Yes, sir.
Ankit and Shakti and Mr. Khanna, can you please confirm that you have handed over control to Namit? And can somebody
yes, sir.
please help Namit? Yeah.
Yes, sir, we're on it. Actually, he has presentation rights.
Are you able to see it?
I'm presenting the screen, but I don't know. Just a second.
If the panel agrees, can we please have the next presentation? In the meantime, we'll try to sort out this.
This would be better.
Namit, are you okay with that, or how do you want to?
That's fine.
Just let give him 30 seconds, otherwise we'll move. Don't worry. So, Namit, don't worry. These things happen in this virtual environment. So
Sure,
in
sure.
case, so just relax, and in case there is something that we need to do, we'll go to the next panelist.
Sure. I think here it's showing that I'm displaying my screen. On my screen it's showing that.
Okay, Namit, don't worry. In the meanwhile, organizers, can you please sort out Namit's problem? Ankit, are you okay to go if I were to request you?
Yes, sir, please, we can
I'm
move ahead.
also trying to figure out where the option is because I can't see it on the toolbar.
Okay, then let's do one thing. Organizers, please to help all the presenters and test their presentations out first before we start. So can I request that be done first? So let's take about 5 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever it is to sort this out. Irfanji, you also can probably check it out. Sunil sir, why don't you also check out? Yeah.
Sure.
Sir, we'll just have a trial with Mr. Sunil if that is fine. We'll start with him and move on to the other presenters as well.
Who?
With Mr. Sunil, sir.
Sunilji, your presentation is visible. Can you just check that out? Is this your?
Yeah, this is my presentation. You can see, right?
Ultra safe lithium ion batteries. Yes, I can.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me just take this opportunity, Sunilji, to introduce you. Is that fine?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Dear friends, sorry for that hiccup. And in this world of the ultra, if I may say, ultra connect through outreach, which is not normal to us. These type of problems are to be anticipated and expected. But Sunil, thank you for stepping in. Sunilji is the CEO and co-founder of Virya Batteries. Welcome to this conversation, Sunilji. He graduated from the IIT Bombay in 1982. Mr. Mehta did his MBA from the University of Minnesota. He's currently the CEO and co-founder of Virya Batteries. Virya Batteries does R&D and manufacturing of lithium-ion batteries. So much in the news today. All of us keep speaking about it, learning about it, understanding it, and we understand that's the future. Prior to this, he was chairman and founder of Telenet and CEO and co-founder of Isodus Networks Private Limited. So Sunilji, thank you for stepping in. Over to you. We welcome you to this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Kuti, and I'll just reshare my presentation. Thank you, organizers. I appreciate this opportunity to present about our company and our challenges. So I'm Sunil Mehta, and CEO and co-founder of Virya Batteries Private Limited. It is a IIT Bombay startup with all the research done in the labs of IIT Bombay. What we are offering is an ultra-safe lithium-ion battery. So going forward, I'll be referring to these as cells rather than batteries, because nowadays batteries is considered a mixture of a lot of cells put together into a packed sort of way. So I'll refer to it as cells. Okay, my co-founders are Professor Sagar Mitra. He has over 14 years of experience in research in the lithium-ion cell technology, and he has over 100 papers and 25 patents to his name in this field. Other co-founders is Prasid Kumar Datta. He's a PhD, and he has experience of research in materials, and he also has experience in the production of lithium-ion cells at lab scale as well as at pilot scale. So a little bit about Virya batteries. We are making lithium-ion cells based on some proprietary material and technology that we have developed. In terms of the performance of our cells, we are able to offer a higher energy density compared to the currently commercially available graphite anodes by about 15%. And we have a matching cycle life to the tier 1 cell manufacturers globally of 3,000 cycles, which is about 8 years cycle life, 8 years life for the batteries. Now, one of the key USP that we have is we are making it a dendrite-free cell. Now, what is dendrite? So if you see the images on the right, there is a lithium metal deposits on the surface of the anode while charging, and then it grows into these tree-like structures, which are called dendrites. So these dendrites tend to short between anode and cathode and cause fires. We all know about the fires that we have seen in mobile devices, electric vehicles. So there are many factors to those fires, and one of the major factors for that is dendrite inside the cells. So besides fires and explosions, dendrites also has other negative effects, like it creates early failures of the cells before the end of cycle life. There are catastrophic degradation of the cell. So supposing there is a cell of 10 ampere hour capacity, suddenly it will drop down to 2 ampere hour capacity. Dendrite also causes the charging rate to slow down of some particular cells where there is more dendrite. And there are other issues like voltage drop. All these types of problems make the EV OEM to replace those cells. And the way to replace those cells is they cannot remove one individual cell. So they have to remove the entire module, or in certain cases, entire battery pack, which is a huge OPEX cost. And we hope that with our technology, these kind of cost of fires and explosions and cell failure replacements will be reduced for these EV OEMs. So a key to our solution is the dendrite-free cells. This is an example of a demonstration of what a dendrite does, or a lithium deposition on the anode surface does. We took two cells, one commercial and one ours. We charged them, and then we exposed them to open air. Now, as you can, as you will see, within 25 seconds, the commercial cell anode caught fire. What this indicates is there is a presence of lithium on the surface of the anode, whereas for more than 5 minutes, we kept our anode open and nothing happened, indicating there was no lithium present on the surface. So this is one of the key differentiators as to why our cells will be more safer than current commercial cells. So now coming to the challenges. As is always the case, all startups fundraising is the major challenge. And in our case also, we had a long gestation period before which we could raise our seed funding. We have managed to raise about 1.4 crores as funding, and in the next round, we are looking at raising about $3 million, which is about 21 crores. Now, one of the enablers why we are able to raise the seed fund, and I'll talk a little bit because I have experience in the past as well, and compared to what I experienced maybe 15 years ago, today it's a much larger pool of angel investors and relatively much more easier in terms of raising this kind of money. The other major challenge that we have been facing is infrastructure. Lithium-ion cell technology has been only being done in very few laboratories in India, and the investments in the infrastructure also is very limited. Now, we have been doing for many years the research in lab scale. Only recently, a couple of years back, we got a pilot production line at IIT Bombay, which allowed us to do production at pilot scale, where we are able to do few hundred cells per day production. Now, this is a very crucial part for this technology. Lithium-ion cells technology is not something that once you have developed and you have standardized it in the lab, you can straight away start producing in millions of numbers, unlike many other industries. You have to keep scaling it up, and every stage you have to do certain fine-tuning to make sure that even at that stage, your cells are performing as per the specification you are desiring it to perform. Now, this the other major challenge in lithium-ion cell technologies, some of the key raw material materials are minerals, and most of these minerals are not available in India, so they have to be imported. Of course, that is a challenge to most of the countries, even countries like Korea, Japan, and other countries where a lot of lithium-ion cells are being manufactured. Even they are importing their raw materials. So it is not a drawback in the sense that we cannot do it. Like they have done, we will also be able to do. But being a very limited sort of a market, it is very challenging to get your sourcing tied up. And one of the important things that we did while we were still working on raising our funding and getting our trials done at the pilot production line was to tie up with all the raw material sources. So we right now already have tie-ups and contracts, future going contracts, where we will be buying raw material from them at bulk scale when we go into production. Another area is experienced human resources. We have to depend completely on in-house training and building the expertise for human resources, as no industry exists in India for lithium-ion cell manufacturing. Currently, all the battery manufacturing happens with imports of cells, and battery packs are being assembled in India. Now, these are the challenges that we have managed to overcome. But going ahead, there are still further challenges. Now, looking at the current scenario of the battery volumes, the scales for this kind of projects is getting into very large scales. We know of projects which are in the range of 30, 50, 70 gigawatt hour scale projects. So therefore, the minimum capacity we feel that will make the project economically viable will be a gigawatt hour scale project. Now, these are highly capital intensive. So the funding required is quite huge. Even for a 1 gigawatt hour capacity, the investment required would be between 600 to 800 crores. So it's very capital intensive. And in India, the government is looking at inviting projects to the tune of 50 gigawatt hours. So there is going to be huge investment that will be coming into the country for setting up these kind of projects. Now, the enablers for these, which are venture capitalists and large corporations who have this kind of funds available and are willing to invest, that is going to be the key to growth of this industry in India. One of the major challenges we'll be facing moving forward is government has come out with a bid document for advanced chemistry cell projects. Now, one of the things that they have done, and in a way, maybe you can't blame them, they are looking at technologies for coming from abroad only. Maybe because of lack of awareness of the level of technologies available in India. And already they would also like to make sure that the companies that come into the production stage have enough experience to manufacture cells. Now, what they are going to do is they're going to offer subsidies for 10 years to the tune of 20%. Now, that is going to be good for attracting these projects, but I would like to take a moment to think about what it means for indigenous innovators. Now, here I have my own personal interest in this, so there'll be little bias to it, but it is important to understand what this subsidy will mean. Now, this is going to be a short bidding window where companies will be bidding. So only those innovators who are ready with the technology and ready to jump into a gigawatt scale project production plant setup will be bidding for it. So any innovator who is going to take maybe another year or two to come out with their cell technology, by the time they come out, this bid will be closed. And for 10 years, because of these 20% subsidy to the approved bidders, they will not be able to be competitive in this field. Now, this technology is such that over the last 30 years, historically, it has been seen then the improvements in the technology are marginal. There are no 10x improvements that are happening in this field for the last 30 years. So there is very, very less likelihood that we will have a technology which can come out and be competitive even with the competitors having a 20% advantage in the pricing. Other eligibility criteria that they have defined in this is credit rating of AA+. Now, as per the CRISIL report, what we find is that only 3% of companies in India have AA+ credit rating and better, which means that the pool of companies available who could be eligible for the projects are only limited to 3% of the companies. And of this, only very limited number of companies are looking at getting into this space. This puts innovators at a very big disadvantage because the way to qualify is they will have to take on these companies which are meeting this credit rating criteria and will be at a disadvantage in terms of valuation of their projects. The other aspect is net worth. Now, net worth is something which anyway these innovators will also have to meet, but by restricting them to raise the money only from this limited set of companies, it is going to be difficult for them to achieve their goals of manufacturing. So for the next 10 years, we feel if these conditions are not changed, innovators and self-reliance is something which will not happen in our country. One of the ways to enable this, we feel, is that indigenous technology startups should be given auto eligibility. They should be considered auto approved for this kind of subsidies, so that whenever they are ready, they should be able to come in and start production and be able to get the 20% subsidy, so that they are able to compete with the existing and the global players that are going to come into the country.
Time check.
Okay. So very quickly, while there are a lot of challenges, there is a lot being done by the government and various departments that the government has come up. And we are seeing a lot of support that we get from the government, including things like investor connects and industry connects. And there are a pool of angel investors and VCs which allow you to move forward in the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunilji. That was a very nice presentation. There will be some questions towards the end of this conversation, right? So sure, we'll take it up with that. Namitji, are you ready? Can you please put on your webcam?
Yes.
And let us see whether you're able to connect.
Yeah, I just checking. Ankit, if you can send me
just to remind our participants. Yeah, go ahead, Namit. Sorry.
Yeah, Ankit, if you can give me the presenter. Yeah. Ankit, I think you have to give it to the other account. I think it was fine, but it got changed again.
Yes, Namit, we are able to see your screen. Just before you start, friends, I wanted to remind you, Namit is the CEO of Zen Mobility. After an illustrious, learning career, he's now leading this organization. Over to you, Namit.
Thank you.
I request all other panelists to kindly go on mute.
Yeah, the screen is visible, right?
Yes, absolutely. You are visible and the screen also is visible. So just go ahead now. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you to ICAT for giving us the opportunity to present today. Today we're going to be talking about Zen, our initial hurdles and growth enablers. This is sort of the vision that we have for Zen. Of course, future mobility is going to transform completely in the coming times. And at Zen, our vision is to become a one-stop shop solution provider for all last mile needs for goods as well as passenger usage. Our mission at Zen is to manufacture customized designs of light electric vehicles as an OEM. So we'll just go through a quick introduction of Zen, our journey so far, the way forward, and key challenges that a normal EV startup, particularly OEM manufacturing startup faces, and what could be the enablers for growth. Zen stands for Zero Emission Mobility, and our focus has been on light electric vehicles for the last month. Some of our key strengths include, of course, design, innovation, technology. We have a design partner in Germany, which is an eminent design house. We have global partners from Europe and Korea. So we have MOU signed with them for the EV technology. We have a strategic collaboration with an automotive supplier for lightweight composite parts. And we have an in-house design studio wherein we can completely conceptualize a 1:1 scale model of a vehicle. Of course, a great team is needed to achieve these goals. So we have, say, the complete solution. We have sort of come about a modular strategy, which includes a 3-wheeler and a 4-wheeler. So the modular platform can be used for goods delivery, for passenger, for different applications. And we have quite a few design patents filed, technology patents filed. We're currently testing our prototypes of both the 3-wheeler and 4-wheeler. So our journey so far, where it all began was actually I studied in Germany and I was doing my bachelor's and master's in mechanical engineering. And there I worked with an EV startup, which is called Street Scooter. It's now one of the largest EV makers in Europe. And they are already producing around 10,000 delivery vehicles. So this is where sort of the idea came about that, yes, this is something that can be done also in India. And when I came back to India, I realized that this is how the deliveries are done in India, which is not the best way to do the deliveries. There are a lot of challenges. For example, the heavy loads, safety, conditions, pilferage. And not only this, there is a huge opportunity. So this is a sort of a statistic for the parcel volume, number of parcels delivered per year, which is increasing exponentially. And there is a great opportunity for e-commerce for last mile delivery. And this is where we realize that yes, there is a problem and there is an opportunity. So what can we do? So we started with the customer first. We went to the e-commerce customers and we asked them that, is there a challenge? And if there is, then how can we provide a solution? So we realized that there is a need of customized electric delivery vehicles. And that is when we came about a solution of a very lightweight modular design, completely customized box. So what we provide to our customer is complete customization and very lightweight structure, which enhances performance and range. So finally, we came to the conclusion that yes, there's an opportunity. We have a strategic advantage through our design partners globally, and of course, there's ambition. So that leads to the moment of idea generation. And how it began is in 2018, we started Zen with an aim to provide responsible mobility solutions. Within a month or two, we started discussions with the B2B customers. We had a first physical prototype, which we call the MVP, built in 2019, Jan 2019. And through that year, we did a lot of benchmarking. We went to a lot of shows around the world, CES in Vegas to Frankfurt Motor Show, and around the world to figure out what is the best solution, what is the best technology available, and how can we bring it to India to manufacture at Indian costs. Thereafter, we also signed a few technical agreements with European partners. Beginning of this year, we sort of established our product portfolio of a three-wheeler and a four-wheeler. And during COVID, our idea was reinforced because deliveries are now part of essential services. So this became more and more prominent. And beginning of after lockdown, when everything sort of came back to normal, we built one of our prototypes for four-wheeler. And next year, in the starting of next year, we're planning to go for pre-series. And of course, thereafter production. We've also built an EV hub system, which is for our customers, which they can use for their last mile hubs. So this is also something we designed because we want to be a part of the entire. How are we staying ahead of the game? Our main focus is on providing lowest total cost of ownership, which comes through the running cost, and that is something we're working on. Of course, high quality, reliability, durability, lifetime has to be maximized of the vehicles. It has to be completely energy efficient, and for this we need lightweight technology, for which we are producing the entire vehicle in composite plastic structures, even carbon fiber. Coming to the key challenges now faced by EV manufacturing startups, I think one of the first challenges is that it's a very capital intensive industry. So not only do you require time to design, develop, test, validate a vehicle, but you also need resources, you need investment. So this is something that is a big challenge when it comes to manufacturing electric vehicles. There are long lead times, anywhere between 2 to 3 years to bring a product to market which can be manufactured, which is scalable. Another difficulty is the sourcing of components. So we have been talking to a lot of the suppliers in the two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler industry, but there is a lot of difficulty to find prototyping parts because initially the volumes are low for any EV startup, and this is something that is a challenge for us to get suppliers who are willing to provide low volume prototyping parts. And finally, it's the ROI, which takes about 4 to 7 years because the upfront cost is quite high, and it will take time for the payback. of the investment. But yeah, and also one of the important things is that it will require time for people to get rid of range anxiety and more clarity on charging infra. So these are also some of the challenges. And achieving product market fit requires time and money, which is the greatest challenge. Coming to critical components for manufacturing. So it is always a challenge to locally source these components. For example, motor electronics, chargers, suspensions, braking systems. These components are not easily available, and this is also why a lot of the companies, they go to China or elsewhere to import these products. We have, however, tried to de-risk ourselves from any import from China. So we are trying to localize most of the components. We're trying to work with suppliers in the industry. And also another challenge is that the large suppliers are not very confident when it comes to new EV startups coming up. So this has been a challenge for us. Finally, I think something quite interesting is the regulations. So in India, we have particular categories: the e-bike, e-scooter, and e-rickshaw, and then you have the e-cars, electric vehicles. But if you see, this is how it is in the Europe market. They have a category called the LEV category, which is here, and which is our focus as well, which actually includes a lot of different types of vehicles. And this is something that we would also propose, that maybe for India we should have something similar. At least we can, if not all these categories, but at least some of these categories we can incorporate. For example, e-pack category is the pedal assist category, and electric tricycle category, scooter category, quadricycle category, motor tricycle category. So there are a lot of range of categories possible, and all of these have a particular criteria. The criteria is mainly the motor power, vehicle weight, and maximum speed. So this is how we can differentiate between different categories. And I think for India, the LEV, light electric vehicle segment, is very interesting. And now we go on to the enablers for growth. So how do we think that we can proceed, and how can the government help us? How can an institution like ICAT help us? How can industry leaders help us? Is, of course, different categorization for light electric vehicles, which is required urgently in India. This is what we feel. And through, I think, the Aspire portal that now ICAT has started, this can be something, this can be a good initiative. Suppliers to extend support for EV startups, because not only is this going to be the future, but also it is it's part of a growing economy, and I think we should take part in it since the beginning. So we would require their support from the beginning. And of course, the EV community in general, be it battery manufacturers, be it charging infra, be it EV suppliers, component suppliers, I think it's needed for all of us to come together in collaboration and use the best practices to begin this quest for mobility. So that's about it for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit. It's a pleasure. It was very nice to hear what you had to say. Towards the end of the conversation, we will check whether there are any questions for you, and we will come back. I now take this opportunity to invite Ankit Mittal from Sheru to speak to us. Ankit, are you good to go? And is your camera and other things working? Can you just check that out first? Is your presentation visible? Why don't you put on your presentation? Because then once it is okay, then I will introduce you. Have you checked it out? We are not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Just do a check of your presentation.
Yeah.
Once you put it up, then I'll introduce you, if that's fine with you. Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. Yeah. So I take this opportunity, friends, to introduce my friend Ankit Mittal, who is the CEO and founder of Sheru Mobility and Infrastructure Solutions for EVs. It's a pleasure to have you here, Ankit. Ankit Mittal is a co-founder and CEO of Sheru. He completed his graduation from BITS Pilani. Prior to this, he worked as an embedded engineer and a systems engineer at Grey Orange. Rising pollution and exploding population has paved way for cleaner and more sustainable modes of transportation like e-rickshaws. We don't have to speak more about this because everybody intuitively now recognizes the need for electric vehicles. Thus, the belief that shared modes of transportations are the future of India's mobility network is for all of us to understand and see. Sheru app is the first step in this direction. It not only provides its users with the comfort of ride and handling and cashless payments, but also promotes ride sharing for better utilization of resources. May I, audience, on your behalf, present a wonderful colleague on the panel, Ankit Mittal. Over to you, Ankit.
Thank you, Mr. Kuti, and thank you, ICAT, for the opportunity. Let me just dive right in. I think my screen got disconnected. Can you see the screen now?
It was visible. It isn't visible now.
Ankit, can you please share the link again? It disconnected again. Mr. Kuti, is it visible now?
No. I'm not able to see. I don't know the others, but I'm more or less sure I can't see.
Mr. Ankit, you need to go to your GoToWebinar. There will be a pop-up message to share your screen.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do that only.
Then press OK after that. Or you may go to your sharing option in the GoToWebinar tool panel.
Yeah, I'm clicking on the share screen option and it's disconnecting repeatedly.
Okay, let me again assign you the presenter option. Just hang in a second.
Ankit, don't worry. You try it for the next 30 seconds. Otherwise, Irfan, are you ready and good to go? And then we can come back to Ankit. Irfan?
Okay.
Are you ready to go? You're ready, right?
Mr. Ankit, would you please try again? I've
gotten the option. I've gotten the option. I'm trying to click on the. I'm clicking on the show screen option, but it's not sharing the screen.
Are you using the same laptop that you used before for testing?
Yeah, I'm using the same one.
So organizers, I request you to offline connect with Ankit and get him sorted. In the meanwhile, if you're okay, Ankit, and if Irfan, you're okay, can I go ahead with Irfan?
Yes, please.
Yes. Irfan, can you please check out your presentation, please?
No, I haven't received anything. Yeah.
So you don't have a presentation?
No, I have presentation. Can you able to see now?
Yes. So thank you, Irfan. We can see your presentation. I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Irfan Khan, who is our founder CEO of eBike Go. You can see his logo on the screen. An alternative medical practitioner by qualification. It's very interesting, Irfan, to know that actually you're a doctor by training.
Yeah.
An environmentalist by passion, and a real entrepreneur at heart. Actually, entrepreneurs are made of steel, if I may say, but I can go on to say they're made of platinum or gold because their heart is in a place and their minds work beautifully in all these spaces. Irfan is among a leading thought leader for EV adoption, who has paved the path for electric vehicles through a humble startup venture eBikeGo that he founded in 2017 in the early days of what has now become the EV revolution and the future of mobility in India. Yes, I must agree. 5 years ago, we were not talking about EV the way we do, and you were wise enough and visionary to really think of it. Irfan grew up uncomfortable with the sluggish reality of India's civic reform and environmental preservation that made him the visionary of eBikeGo's foundation. Irfan is now the founder CEO of eBikeGo, a startup of the year winner in 2019. We're very proud of you, Irfan. Is today a leading player electrifying India with smart EV vehicles that power the last mile delivery in India's ecosystem. With his leadership, the company has seen so many notable achievements. Irfan's humble yet charismatic leadership style and grassroots approach makes him the people's leader, always seeking growth, challenging the status quo, and inspiring his team to be go-getters for his ambition for a pollution-free world. What a fantastic leader. Irfan, we're so proud of you. We're waiting to listen to you. May I present on behalf of all of us, Mr. Irfan Khan. Irfan, over to you.
Thank you, Gurpreet. Thank you so much. So yeah, as you know that we are like working from 3 years to just redefining this last mile delivery ecosystem with smart EV. That's what we are. So everyone knows that after struggling 3 years, we pioneered in the massive market shift to EV by creating a full stack B2B EV platform. So according to McKinsey, everyone awares that below 125cc motorcycles going to be like transform into EV. So we're already there. So our focus is like, as Kuti said, like Arjuna, our focus is in last mile. So typically last mile happen through any motorbikes. There we are. So it's a huge market size. It's a $10.6 trillion market globally. So in that, like actually there are like anyone can easily understand that in logistic, if first mile and mid mile involved, the market is very huge, like 7 trillion. But can you see last mile? In last mile, it's like somewhere around 3.6 trillion. It's only driven by warehouse by to customer. That's how it is. So what happening in India? It's a like addressable market in India. So which is like 1.25 CR last mile deliveries are happening per day, which is growing 30% every day according to KPMG. So we identify the huge problem in 3 sectors. One is like delivery companies like Amazon, Flipkart, Swiggy, Zomato, so on and so forth. So they used to burn huge cash to deliver this product. At the same time, operational inefficiency, rising driver attrition, and managing last mile delivery density. At the same time, what challenges are faced by delivery executives? Low wages, after mindfully working for 12 hours, they used to take very low wages. At the same time, in the delivery ecosystem, asset is mandatory for this delivery executive. That's why actually most of the drivers used to like quit their job very quickly. At the same time, huge spend on fuel. For planet, actually, it's a 3 million petrol bikes out there and use last mile deliveries, commuting 70 kilometers average per day, according to our research. So 500,000 tons of CO2 emitted per day. It's a huge problem. So the consequences. So you know that this is how actually we can say manpower, which is delivery executive. He is also like unavailable returns leading to high attrition. At the same time, companies restricted ability to scale up with delivery optimization and unit economics. At the same time, for environment, it's a unpretended carbon emissions. So what we do? So we are giving a solution, alternative delivery ecosystem powered by eBikeGo EV Advantage. As of now, what we have? So as of now, we have eBikeGo Awesome. This is an operating system for electric mobility. In that, actually, you can find a specially designed and developed delivery apps, merchant app, fleet management system for especially for e-mobility last mile fleets. At the same time, we have a telematics system called EVG Matics, e-by-go Matics. It's IoT, smart BMS, AM, ML, analytics, etc. So at the same time, actually, we design and develop a powertrain, and we are giving to the contract manufacturer to make this vehicle and giving back to us. We call this vehicle as a Vajra electric mobility. So at the same time, we have a sustainable charging infrastructure. So we recently announced that we are going to deploy 3,000 smart charging kiosks within 6 months. So this is how actually we are managing the huge density in the last mile. So how we are solving? So when we say that what we are solving, so this is already happening in the traditional way. Solving the traditional last mile delivery ecosystem with smart EV, deep tech, new age charging infra, while maximizing asset and manpower utilization. So we are not sweating human, we are sweating vehicle, because you can sweat a vehicle because it's a EV. There is no carbon emission, it's a zero. So that's why what we do ideally in our vehicle, first delivery executive start his job from 5 o'clock and deliver for meal, newspaper, etc. for 8 to 9. Then we'll charge the vehicle. Then we'll give to these delivery executives. Those are ideally they use this vehicle for logistic and e-com. At the same time, they'll quit their job at 5 or 6. Then these food delivery executives will pick up the same vehicle and they work for at least 7 to 8 hours. That's how it's happening in our company. So we nailed some sort of like unit economics, significantly better unit economics over traditional mobility. So you can see that ideally what happened when you take a traditional petrol fossil fuel bikes, it's come somewhere around 65,000. Our bike actually ideally it's a 55,000. We are using, most of the bikes are our low speed vehicles. Then asset utilization. So ideally, if you use a fossil fuel vehicle for delivery, it's ideally lost for 36 months. But we already like having a 3-year-old bike. Still, we are having a gut that it will run 1 more year. So monthly cost amortization per month for a petrol vehicles, obviously it's high. So we are amortized over for 48 months, so which is less. So OPEX, maintenance, everything. So end of the day, the delivery executive will get like high profits instead of like ending up with like low margin. That's how it is. So previously, what happened usually delivery expenditure per delivery. If we can like bundle and figure out per delivery, ideally it takes 45 rupees. Then driver attention is very huge, 30%. Last mile deliveries are ideally they do 15 deliveries on per vehicle. Executive wages are 13,500 and they used to work for 12 hours. But currently what happened in e-by-go, we used to give 10 rupees incentive for the company. So we are doing this like almost 20% discount. Then in our company, there is no driver attrition from 9 months. So last mile deliveries are happening in our platform is almost 25 deliveries on an average per bike. So our delivery executives are earning more, comparatively like 20-25% more than the traditional fossil fuel vehicles. So we only tell them to work for 8 hours because we know that actually it's very important for them to spare time for their family. That's how it is. So this is what we are. As of now, we are having 1,000 plus vehicle. As of now, we are having 1,400. It's a very old deck. So 1,000 plus vehicles. 12K deliveries per day, what we are doing. 70,000 kilometers clean commuting, what we are doing right now. 3.5K kilograms of carbon emissions saved. And India's first largest mobility delivery company. We are presented at 8 locations in India. So national delivery partner for 14 largest company. And per day, actually, we are saving 0.12 million rupees of petrol expenses because we are pure electric. So why we are doing with electric? Actually, it's motivate me a lot, inspired me a lot when I started this in a business model. We are into B2B, not into B2C. So when we started, actually, we nailed all these things. Petrol expenses actually per kilometer commute expenses comes as low as like 0.25 per kilometer. So basically, we are having like almost 10 to 15% extra spare parts in every warehouse where our downtime is very less. So we are planning for some predictive maintenance for our vehicle. So we have a very good IoT system where we used to take all the data, analyze and process the data, and we are trying to, maximize the asset life to 5 years. At the same time, everybody knows for electric, it's very low maintenance cost. So what we have right now, so we have technology, IoT technology, smart analytics, software, and we have sort of like a vehicle, like specially designed, purposely built vehicle for delivery ecosystem. So aiming to achieve massive scale in 5 years, aided by highly scalable model. So most of our bikes are not our books, because we have a partner program where anybody can come and buy this vehicle from any major OEMs and deploy in our platform. So where we can, where we are giving like per kilometer basis to them. So in a way, actually, completely asset light. We built our charging infra. We built our service stations. So for e-bike Go, delivery executives are very curious to work, because there is no upfront asset ownership. So there is no service cost, maintenance cost, fuel price. They just come, enroll us, and they work for us. So that's how it is. So this is what actually from the inception to today. So even in pandemic, so we growed like multi-fold. So in 2018, we used to deliver like 7,42,000 deliveries. In 2019, we used to deliver like, we delivered 14,68,000 deliveries. So it's still now September. So we delivered 21 lakh deliveries. This is very great according to me. So this is what somehow I need to show you. These are the cities we already in. So this is where actually the magic happened, because nobody focusing on tier 2 cities. So we are there. Actually, we are planning to enter into the cities, the space wise. Most probably, we are also expecting some Series A funding in 1 or 2 months. So definitely after receiving the fund, we will be starting deploying this vehicle in this area. So according to me, a major challenge is like vehicle. As of now, the dependency on China. The same time, there is no clarity as such in electric two-wheeler ecosystem. There are so many leaders, there are so many talk shows happening here and there, and COVID also hit us like very badly. At the same time, the government policies. So everything, as Kuti said, there is no focus. I see it's like what Kaurava said, what Duryodhana said. I'm saying like that. So nobody actually planning as a Arjuna. So we need it, especially because as we commuting 1 lakh green kilometers per day. So we need a great robust vehicle. So at least if somebody wants to switch, it's not a switching e-bikes. It's not a switching vehicles. It's switching ecosystem. So before building ecosystem, we can't afford to sell electric vehicles, in my point. That's why actually I am planning to build an ecosystem, robot ecosystem. But being a startup, actually we are also having some roadblocks, at the same time challenges. So where government can definitely help us, like in my terms, actually government has to give some incentive per kilometer basis, not buying vehicle, not subsidies for low speed scooter, high speed scooter, FAME 1, FAME 2. It should be very, very precise. When they give incentive, they have to give a company. We have a great telematic device, the data secured by blockchain, so that it's a secure data. They will get the data and review the data, then they can give some incentive on kilometer basis. This is what actually my opinion. So thank you. That's it.
It was a pleasure listening to you, Irfan.
Yeah.
The real change that you've been able to bring about is really spectacular. Yes, there are a lot of challenges, many things that need to be done, and it'll be the precise purpose of what INCAT is trying to do is to get all these stakeholders together, so that collectively we are able to find solutions to intractable problems as we see it today. So that's the whole goal. And through these conversations, I'm sure in some time we'll have all these things sorted, and all stakeholders can contribute to the larger purpose of what we're trying to do. Thank you, Irfan. That was a very inspiring presentation. Ankit, are you ready to go? Ankit?
Yes, I'm ready to go. I've
Thank
shared
you.
my presentation with Ankit as well, and I'll try again if I can share my screen.
So I request that I can see your laptop. I can see your desktop. So why don't you put up the presentation? Then I'll take this opportunity to introduce you.
Yeah, can you see the presentation?
Yeah, absolutely, Ankit. Absolutely. Yeah. So thank you very much, Ankit. I'm sorry for all that glitch. The technical glitches are really beyond our control at the moment. Ankit Mittal, CEO and founder, Sheru Mobility and Infrastructure Solutions of EVs. Ankit is a co-founder and CEO of Sheru. Completed his graduation from BITS, which I told you earlier. Right. Prior to this, he worked as an embedded engineer. He also believes that the shared modes of transportation are the future of India's mobility. Sheru app is the first step in this direction. And as you heard all our previous speakers, all of them are inspired to make a big difference to our nation, to our country, and our people. And I really applaud their skills, capabilities, competence, and risk-taking ability to take our country forward and to take industry forward. On behalf of all of us, may I invite Ankit Mittal, CEO and founder of Sheru Mobility, to take the stage. Thank you, Ankit, for being here. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kote. Yeah, I'll just dive right in. So at Sheru, we are basically building mobility and charging solutions, charging infrastructure solutions for EVs. Before I get into what we are exactly building, let me just talk a bit about the team and where we come from. As Mr. Kote already said, that I'm a grad from BITS Pilani, and my co-founders also from BITS Pilani. We have been friends for now approximately 10 years. And we started working towards building the tech for EV from our college days itself. After that, we worked in a startup and understood how exactly we can go about building a growth story and then start building the startup on the same lines. So that's where we came from. In Sheru, and before I again get into the components, let me just talk a bit about Sheru also. We named the company Sheru primarily because of the fact that we wanted to pay an homage to the fact that for the first time, e-rickshaws were the first vehicles that came to India as an organized category of electric vehicles at the time of Commonwealth Games, and that was Sheru was the mascot of Commonwealth Games. So we decided to name the brand Sheru itself. And within this brand, we are building multiple technical solutions for EVs. In mobility focus, we are building solutions which can bring accessibility and connectivity of the fleet to the consumer, and as well as reduce the wastage of resources from a higher perspective. And for charging infrastructure solutions, we have already built the required components for charging the vehicle and building the required battery packs so that they can be integrated into the system and can be managed properly. As a company, we have serviced more than 20 lakh green kilometers across tier 1, 2, and 3 cities. We have gained that experience primarily because of the fact, because from an early stage itself, we wanted to incorporate the learnings that we have been getting from all these cities and into the tech stack from day one itself. Because the most interesting thing that we learned by exploring all these markets was that there are different mobility requirements of each city, and the technical stack that that's built on day one, it's not really scalable for every market. Every market's got different demographics. Every market's got different operational challenges, and that's why we decided to expose ourselves to all the markets from day one itself. We have been working with smart city offices for the operational and technical standardization. While working with the smart city offices and other bodies, we found that EV is a category which is largely understood just as a fuel efficient, or I would say a greener greener mode of operating transportation. But if we look at it from a 10,000 feet perspective, it's also a transformation in the way the transportation stack works. and I can take a step back here and talk a bit about how this is different from the existing scenario by drawing this analogy with the IT transformation that happened by going from mainframe to cloud. So today, what IC engine vehicles that we have, essentially we build a vehicle which has the fuel is a part of the vehicle itself, and all the investment that goes into the vehicle for its range and for its availability across the city, that is somewhat built into the vehicle itself. But with EVs, we also get the capability of decoupling the fuel efficiency, the range from the vehicle make, and that is something that that is also pushed forward with the new notification that has come out this year itself from Ministry of Road Transport, wherein EV sales can happen without batteries. So essentially, a vehicle can be assumed to be a carriage, and the fuel can be taken out of it, and it can be delivered as in a service model also. So EV not only is just a green mode of transportation, it is also it's also a transformation in the way that entire transportation stack works. Now, having said that, there is much of confusion around how exactly the standardization should be done from an operational point of view. Because by just converting the entire IC engine category from to directly to EV, we won't be able to benefit from this transformation. Similarly, from a technical standpoint, we have been seeing that there are multiple definitions of battery. There are multiple definitions of a battery management system. There are multiple definitions of safety by different stakeholders. So the standardization, there's a strong requirement of standardization, and multiple officers have been pushing the baton for that, and we have been working for that with them. While that is the case, we ourselves use our own solutions, and from time to time we execute projects in various cities. It can, like for example, in Delhi, we have our mobile app running, wherein people can use the mobile app to book e-rickshaws for last mile connectivity, and that was primarily done to reduce the kilometer wastage of e-rickshaw drivers, which are already struggling with the fair amount of range anxiety due to their existing tech, and benefit from higher utilization. We used our own tech to bring in women inclusion in EV fleets in Madhya Pradesh. It was one of the projects we got an opportunity of to lead the charge of. And this project was started from Indore. We were part of this project from the grassroots level. We organized the training camps. We also got them technically enabled for the new mode of operations, and we also got them familiar with the operating nuances of an electric vehicle, so that they do not face any day-to-day challenges while using this new mode of earning for them. So that's a bit about Sheru. We are a VC funded startup. We raised a small check from one of the mobility first investors in 2019, and that's how we have been able to fuel the growth of the R&D that we have been doing and bring out new products and services for multiple stakeholders in the market. Now, having said that, let me just dive right into how we have been thinking about, like, how do we see overcoming initial challenges, and how was this a part of our journey. So much like everyone, the problem starts with how to validate the problem statement. We took the approach of working with think tanks. There are multiple think tanks that are trying to understand how exactly EV needs to be implemented in India, how exactly it needs to be integrated with the existing fleet, and how can it be done in a manner where it doesn't hurt the vested interest of the stakeholders existing in the market, which have large amounts of investments in the IC engine category. So we have been working with think tanks, and that has been one of the ways by which we have been able to validate the problem statement. And that is something that we believe that can be taken as a takeaway for everyone on the attending this event, that working with think tanks is a very good way of getting a higher level perspective of the problem statement. and then validate validate what exactly the problem is, and then start working towards it. Second question that often comes is that how do we conceptualize a solution for something which is not really existing in the market? Often it is seen that often I've seen people take the approach in either of the extremities. Either people go with the approach of only bringing out a solution which is in demand in market, or people bring out a solution which is very futuristic in its own sense, following the ideology that what Henry Ford once said, that if I had asked people, they would have said, give us faster horses. So generally people take either of the extremities, but there's one actionable takeaway here, that it can be done in a manner where the person who's trying to conceptualize a solution can simply provide a consulting to the upstream stakeholder in the value chain. So let's say if there is a let's say if you take the example of Sheru itself, for us the upstream stakeholder were the smart city offices. They were the ones who were trying to understand, they were trying to bring out the products and services into the market and understand how this can be done in a scalable and a sustainable manner. So we became a consulting partner to them, and we started bringing in our learnings, and that's how we were able to conceptualize a solution which was much more balanced rather than coming from just one of the perspectives. The third thing that often comes out is how do we go about testing the solution. Our approach has been always data driven. We always go about building resilient data funnels and then sell the solution directly to the market, because the moment a solution is brought out to the market and there is a price point attached to it, it gives you those kind of inputs which are much more realistic and which are much more scalable. So it is in very much of high interest to anyone bringing a solution to the market that there are enough data funnels at every step of the way, so that one is able to track that how well is the solution performing, how well is the solution getting perceived, and how the person who's using the solution is able to give feedback on it. So that's the way to test it out and also improve on it. Often I'm asked that how to fund it. There are multiple ways of funding the solution, and especially in today's market where we have access to a lot of venture capitalists and angel investors. The ecosystem is much more mature in comparison to what it was several years back. So there are people who would be willing to fund the solution, but the best way in our learnings is that look for the largest beneficiary for your solution in the value chain. There are sometimes when in the value chain, the beneficiary might not be directly your customer. Like for example, we were looking for how should we fund the battery swapping stations that we want to roll out in the market. And we found out that with COVID-19, the economy contraction happened, and with that, a lot of retail investors started looking for alternate investment classes. And that's when we rolled out the opportunity of investing into battery swapping stations in the form of asset tokens. And that became the largest funding model for us for bringing in battery swapping solutions to the market. Similarly, we are looking for how can we bring out, how can we set up a maintenance channel partner for us for maintaining the equipment. The beneficiary could have been simply us, or beneficiary could have been someone who was involved into circular economy. So we just went and tied up with the stakeholders that are trying to benefit from the recycling of lithium-ion batteries, and they are much more happy to take care of the equipment. So there's always a way to fund the solution, and the best way is to understand who is the largest beneficiary for it in the value chain and seek help from them. Often it is the most underrated and most understood concept in bringing out a solution to the market is how do we set the expectations for the solution. If you're building a solution which is meant to deliver a certain values, it needs to be compared on its own outcomes. So it's very important that the outcome model needs to be built from day one itself. So for example, when we're looking at bringing out, when we're looking to implement EV solutions for women inclusion in Madhya Pradesh, the outcome for us was that what kind of income women were able to take home. So we built the we set the expectations for the project on that outcome itself, while our own technical value addition into it was different. So while from a business standpoint, we often the expectations for us are set in terms of what kind of margins we are making on that project. But the outcome for that particular project and its success were dependent on whether the women were able to take home sustainable amount of income or not. So we for every project we build an outcome model at the start of the project itself, and then we iterate it as the project goes along, so that we understand we are able to set the expectations extremely right, and then iterate on them and build the projects from those learnings which have been incorporated from previous projects. So these are some of the actionable takeaways that can be used by anyone, and these are the takeaways that come from our journey so far. It has been quite short, but we believe should be able to, with these kind of takeaways, we should be able to go far ahead. Now there are some recommendations for the growth enablers from our side.
Ankit, you may have to manage quickly, okay?
Yes. Yes. So some of the key catalysts that we think are required in the system are number one, there's a requirement of continuous integration of startup novelty in the legal and taxation compliance. A simple example of this is again, let me borrow the example from battery swapping. Battery swapping is something as a service from a tax GST standpoint is at an 18% taxation slab, while battery, if sold with the vehicle, is at a 5% taxation slab. So now battery swapping is something which is a startup novelty coming out into the space, and it requires continuous integration of such novelties into the legal and taxation compliance processes, so that it is easier for startups to bring out much more novel solutions into the ecosystem. Second thing we strongly believe is that that there is a requirement of containerization for different stages of startup. So let's say if a startup is at an early stage where it's trying to build a solution, the outcome needs to be judged on whether the solution was being built or not, rather than revenues. And hence the funding support needs to be conducted on the same outcomes itself. So there is a very strong requirement of containerizing different stages for a startup and then extend the funding support on those. Similarly, there is a requirement of education and networking platforms similar to ICAT's Aspire, which I'm sure will be very beneficial going down the line for an ease of entry for a new startup coming into the space. Similarly, there is, I believe that we strongly need incentives for incumbents also, so that there is a good amount of data sharing within the ecosystem and everyone can mutually benefit from it. And while that is there, there is a requirement of priority and protection for startup IP, because often it comes into the discussion whether it is whether we are in a stage to fight a legal battle while bringing out an IP in the market. So often we hesitate in bringing out an IP. So I feel that this is something that can be worked upon to further enable the growth for startups. So that's about it from my side.
Thank you very much, Ankit. That was a very wholesome presentation, to say the least. Very nice, great experience. And I must tell you that having heard Namit, Irfan, Sunil J, and you, Ankit, now, you know, there is so much that all of us can learn from each other. If I request you, all of you all can go on, you can put on your webcams, please. And I don't see any questions. The master of ceremonies, are there any questions for this panel which you want to pass on to me?
Yes, sir. We do have some questions.
How will I see them?
Sir, I'll read them out to you.
By the way, do we have time for questions, or you want us to wrap up? Because I need probably 45 seconds to 1 minute to wrap up. So
sir, if possible, we can take at least a couple of them.
Please. So please read out. So panelists, what I'll do is I'll hear the question. And you can do two things. If you feel that you are most appropriate to answer the question, please raise your hand and I'll pass on the question to you. In case none of you want to, then either I'll answer the question or I'll request one of you all to assist me in answering the question. If that's fine with you, we can kindly start. MC, go ahead.
So the first question is, has COVID-19 affected the adoption of EV shared mobility in India? What new alterations can be expected in shared mobility due to social distancing?
Anybody who would like to answer this question, please raise your hand.
So I need to understand the question better, sir. Slightly what happened when he, I lost some sentences when he.
Can you come closer to the mic? MC, please come closer to the mic. You're actually not very audible, and speak up a little bit so that we can all hear you.
Sir, sir, I'll repeat. Has COVID-19 affected the adoption of EV shared mobility in India? And what new alterations can be expected in shared mobility due to social distancing that is now in place?
So all of you all can answer with reference to EV. And if none of you all want to answer about the non-EV portion of shared mobility, I'll answer that question. So over to any of you. Irfan, would you want to answer the question, or Namit, do you want to answer the question related to impact of COVID? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so earlier what we used to do, like we introduced personal mobility in September 2019, e-bike go buddy. So where a person can come and like book for some miles and take this vehicle for a month or so. So this is like tremendously grown due to COVID, because at that point of time everybody used to, you know, used to for shared mobility, of course. So they used to rent for a day or two. They used to rent for an hour or 2 hours. So when we introduced this, you know, e-bike go buddy last year September, so this is what actually we need during COVID. Instead of doing shared mobility, you also know the asset, you know, abusement what happening with the non EV. So eventually, due to COVID, actually they have to take precisely the conscious decision to know make themselves like secure. So that's why I don't I preferably recommend people use personal mobility, not shared mobility.
Namit, you want to answer any portion of it?
Yes, I think the question is completely it's a good question, because after COVID now people are not willing to or don't want to use shared mobility as much as they used to. With the advent of shared mobility coming up in the last, I think, 1 or 2 years with Ola, Uber, and all these companies, it was becoming quite common for everyone to use it. But now it is slowing down, and I think what people can do or should do is probably focus on small vehicles, compact vehicles for personal mobility, and not very large vehicles, because of course that affects the society, the environment, the roads. It will give a rise to personal mobility, to vehicle purchase, and maybe shared mobility is slightly declining as it is going. But I think it is only the 1 or 2 years after which everything should be back to normal. So people hopefully begin more and more usage of shared mobility.
Great. It's a great question, actually. You know, we can't see the future, but we can probably attempt to see the future, is what is normally said. What we see in the current is not probably symptomatic of what will happen, but COVID has changed many things, and surely the automotive industry in a big way. But if you were to probably go to the passenger car sales figures, in the few months of the lockdown, it was probably near, it completely come to a standstill. And the recovery, very fortunately, has been almost a V recovery. The last few months of the sales of automotive vehicles have almost rapidly improved compared to even pre-COVID levels. And even at times we can say even pre-recession, or not recession, pre-slowdown period prior to COVID also. Having said that, there are two parts of vehicles which are sold to families, where families use vehicles. So they share, and the families travel together, whether it is pre-COVID or post-COVID, because they're all within the home. But there is that element of taxis and where people who don't know each other share that mobility. That perhaps is under stress at the moment, but we don't know how the future holds. We are not very sure whether post-COVID in the new norms and the new normal of post-COVID would be substantially different from what we have been able to see in the past. And like one of our esteemed panelists said, quoting Henry Ford, that if you were to probably expect faster horses, we would probably not have got the new age automobile. So correctly so, you may see a shift which is very different from what we are used to seeing today. So that was a very good question, a great one. MC, over to you.
Sir, due to the paucity of time, I would request you to kindly sum up and close this session. We have other sessions waiting in line.
So feel free to post all your questions. What we can do is we can send it to our panelists. We can get offline replies from them, and then we can post it to all those people who want answers to those questions. Friends, it's been a fantastic discussion, barring the technical glitches. We got all of that sorted out. I'm a bit sorry for the panelists for disrupting probably what you had planned, but I think all's well that ends well, is it not, Sunilji? And it was great listening to each one of you. Having listened to each one of you, it builds more humility in me that there is so much to learn from each one of you. I've spent about 35 years in the automotive industry, and it tells me every time I talk to the startup teams, there is so much energy, so much enthusiasm, and such a fresh look at what we are probably used to see. And I really thank ICAT and Pamela Madam for having asked me to chair this session. It's been brilliant, and I am absolutely glad that I was here to listen to each one of you. We'll stay connected, and thank you very much. Over to you, Pamela Madam. Mr. Stikku.
Thank you, Mr. Kuti. Thank you for chairing this session and excellently conducted. I want to thank all the excellent startup community, young entrepreneurs who are on the panel today. It was very interesting. Each one of you have brought out very important actionable items which we would like to take on. So my request is that to the participants, if they have certain questions for which they seek answers and we have not been able to answer them today, so you can post those questions on Aspire portal, and I would request all the panelists who are today present here to register themselves on Aspire, and let's build up a discussion forum on how to build up the startup community and have an open communication with people who seek to get into this new area of business, and you with your experiences can share what you have learned so that they don't have to learn the same thing again and again, so they can take advantage of your struggles and do a catch-up development. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. See, Rome was not built in a day, and nor is our nation. We will all owe great gratitude to each one of you and to ICAT for having started this initiative. And we please request, on behalf of all of us, we also thank Mr. Tyagi, whose support and thought made this happen. Ms. Stikku, can you please convey our regards to Mr. Tyagi-ji also?
Sure. He's already he's witnessing the deliberations. He's quite passionate about the startups.
Excellent.
So I want to announce to all of you that although I was going to cover it in my vote of thanks, that ICAT is going to set up a startup acceleration incubation facility. We already have test facilities available, so anybody who is interested in getting their products tested, validated, proved for market ready, they can write to us, and we are willing to support that startup for proving their concept to a marketable product. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with permission from the panelists and with permission from Ms. Stikku, and with due respect to our audience, I take this opportunity to close the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you to the entire panel for having this discussions for us. And I'm also thankful for all the participants for being patient enough during a small technical glitch. Now, before we proceed towards the next session, we'll have a poll followed by a brief break. In the meantime, the speakers of the next session may get ready with their presentations. Can we please have the poll? पानी पी लेता हूँ, तब तक आप पोल चला लो। इसका रिजल्ट साथ ही दिखा दोगे, अभी दिखा दोगे? ठीक है, ठीक। हाँ, मैंने पिछली बार ही बता दिया था।
Shakti, please mute yourself.
So thank you everyone for participating in the poll. As we see that 77% of our members do show their faith and they do agree that our institutions and university labs are an excellent option for the development of solutions towards startups, and they can be the accelerators in this case. So now we'll move on to the third session, and the topic or the theme for this session shall be startup incubation and financing. In this panel, we have the eminent speakers such as Ms. Namrata Kaul, Shri Shreyas Shibular, and Ms. Akansha Ghate. This panel shall be moderated by Shri Raja Tandonji. And let me introduce the moderator. Mr. Raja Tandon is the president of IVCA. He is focused on planning, developing, and implementing IVCA's regulatory advocacy activities, while also identifying solutioning ways for members to maximize their membership experience. He is on goal to have an effectively influensive regulatory outcome in support of alternate asset class and enable a full spectrum ecosystem for angels to AIFs. I would request the moderator to kindly introduce the panel and take the discussions forward. He will be available on audio in case the viewers are not able to view the video part of it. Sir, over to you, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And I hope everybody can hear me. I'm unable to see my panelists, while unfortunately, because of some technical glitch, maybe it's at my end, that this particular app is not allowing me to show my webcam. Apologies for that. So just trying to understand from the organizers if all the panelists are there. Yes, I can see Namrata, I can say Shreya. Hi, hi guys. So, and firstly, thank you very much for putting up this excellent initiative. And I was just going through the earlier discussions. It was really a pleasure, and it's very nice to hear that Mr. Ku talk about setting up an incubation setup for automotive. That'll certainly be very helpful for this industry. So let me just start this session and welcome viewers. We have probably about 30 or 35, 40 minutes for the session. So hopefully we can take it on that time. We have, so my first thought when it comes across to auto sector, and I've been on the IT and telecom side for quite a while, as well as handle automation, navigation aspects with the automotive sector. And we were trying to build in the maps. So this was a company called Navtech, which probably made most of the international maps for car navigation. And my love for the automotive sector goes back probably from there, where we're looking at how data is probably going to be the most important part. And as we see in the future, really for the automotive sector, it's no longer oil, but it's going to be data, which is going to be the new oil for the automotive sector. Now, again, we are sitting here as some of the investors, and I represent the Private Equity and Venture Capital Association of India, which is basically a set of all the investors, both PE and VC, who are taking active role and participation in the industry. Now, this industry today has grown to about 30 to 35 to 40 billion. Mark out those, 16 billion which came into Flipkart about 2 years ago, about 10 billion plus which came into Reliance. Otherwise, this industry is about $30 billion of investments come into the industry in India annually, so which is pretty large. Majority of it is still international, about 85 to 90% comes from international global money. Balance 10% is about the domestic money. And hopefully some of the initiatives which the association is doing along with its members, we will be able to open up more channels for investments into our sectors, into the country, which is opening up more domestic pools of capital. While we continue to look at how we can onshore more of the offshore money, which is the international investors who have a sizable chunk of dry powder. But the venture capitalist industry and the VCs today are still very skeptical and are still sitting on the fence before making some calls. And specifically in the automotive sector, I have two experts here as well with me. Namrata, if I can kind of quickly introduce Namrata, she's been around in the industry for quite some time. I think she's had a career with bankers for over 30 years of experience, financial services industry as well. Name the banks, which is ANZ, Deutsche, and she has had very senior leadership positions in India, Asia, UK, and she's led a diverse team from handling global clients, portfolios, and risk management, credit, compliances, including, I think, Namrata is serving on several boards of in India, and including Viviti Capital, Schneider Electric, Prime Securities, Fusion Microfinance. She is an investor and also a mentor at Padap Ventures, a startup incubator offering advisory services to early stage tech and digital companies. And Namrata is also the chair of the audit committee. And I think maybe Namrata, if I missed out certain things, she's a bachelor degree from Delhi University, and she's also a graduate from IIM Ahmedabad. So that's Namrata. Shreya, if I can introduce Shreya now, or maybe or probably how would you guys like it? Namrata, should I give it over to you, and when Shreya comes on, then I can introduce Shreya for his presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction, and thank you also for setting the stage on this. Glad to be here, and glad to share our thoughts. You've already introduced me. I'd also like to mention I have with me my fellow colleague Rajat Jain. We are both from Padap Ventures. Padap Ventures is an incubator which is involved with early stage tech startups. It advises them and mentors them, provides them with intellectual and financial capital to help them move to the next stage of their growth. And together we thought we will take you through the financing and incubation journey of a startup, and also try to show how it's very closely interlinked. So we start. Let's start with just looking at the life cycle of a startup, and it's interesting. You can see on the graph in front of you that in the early phase of their life cycle, startups tend to be in what is known as the valley of death. That is, almost 90% of them fall off before they even reach break even. They at the ideation or validation stage itself. The ones that do achieve break even move on to early stage, and then further to the late stage as revenues scale up. And only about 1% actually move on to become a unicorn, like the ones that we know and are in the news all the time these days. The important thing to note here is that unlike a normal new venture, a startup is not conducive to the kind of funding that we know. A normal new venture would have peer benchmarking, would have cash flows, would have requirement for investments, would be therefore conducive to normal bank financing and debt financing that relies on asset, cash flow, peer benchmarking, competition, etc. All that is not available at all in the startup world. So the risk profile is very different. So does that mean that they don't get any funding? No. So what you can see over here is that different forms of funding are available to startups at different stages of their life cycle. And we'll get into this in a little more granular detail with the next slide. So if you look at what happens at every stage, at the pre-seed stage, that's really when the entrepreneur is trying to give life to an idea and trying to work on a prototype. At that stage, typically the requirement for funding is very low. Small amount of money is needed, and that usually startups use their own resources, their own funds. They could go to family and friends to raise the money required. Grants is a very important element over here also. There are competitions that happen, business plan competitions, institutions come up with different competitive possibilities, and there are grants that can be availed of at this stage. The next stage is really the seed stage, where the product or the prototype is ready and ready to get launched into the market. And this is the stage which is very interesting because the funding requirements go up because you need to now build some kind of a team. You probably need some mentoring. You need to have some legal help, etc. And at this stage, different sources of funding become available. So angel investors come in at this stage. Incubators come in at this stage. Many incubators provide legal, admin support, etc., mentoring, but many of them also provide funding. So they come in at this stage. The competitions and pitching into competitions element still remains and can be used. So does collateral-free debt. So, in some cases, the government is now for this stage coming up with schemes like the Mudra scheme or the Stand Up India scheme, through which you could avail of easy debt. The next stage goes to the Series A. That's really when you're trying to gain market traction, you're trying to broad base your product, move to new markets, So this is the stage when the venture funds come in, and there could be a possibility if some cash flows are now visible to avail of bank loans or NBFC loans. And again, I'll mention the mudras, etc., which have been set up for the purpose of really providing money to providing funding to startups in this stage. The next stage moves on to the Series B and C, and here again the venture funds, but the venture funds which have a larger stake in the game, the ones which are willing to look at bigger amounts of funding come into play. Some private equity firms come into play also in, say, Series B and C. Earlier, private equity was not really interested in the startup space, but I think now, you know, if the proof of concept is there, if the you know, growth opportunity is very clearly visible, and if cash flows are coming in also, private equity firms are now a very strong player in this scene also. And the final stage, of course, is when we go on to the IPO or the exit, and this is really what we talked about, you know, in our earlier graph, the 1% which really make it big and move on to this stage. The important element through you know, in this whole thing is that in the pre-seed and the seed stage is the period when you require incubation. The ability to attract funding is available in various forms. So I think the point that we're trying to make here is that funding is available in various forms, but what is required is for a business plan to be ready and to the idea to be pitched in a form that investors find investable. And there, that is where the importance of incubation comes in, the importance of mentoring comes in, because those are the mentors and the incubators are the ones which prepare you to be able to put your ideation and your business plan in place for you to be able to attract the kind of funding that you need. So with that, I'd like to hand over to my colleague Rajat, who's also my classmate from IIM Ahmedabad, and he's the co-founder of PadUp Ventures. He's done a lot of work in the space of incubation. PadUp has mentored many startups and taken them to the next level. And he will lead us through the importance of incubation.
Thanks, Namrata, and I'm delighted to be here sitting with Namrata and sharing the stage here. So just to very quickly summarize why is incubation important. As you can see on the chart, you know, a lot of early stage startups fail. IBM had a research 3 years ago, and it showed that a whole lot of startups failed in their early stages because of the following reasons. You know, the business models were not differentiated enough. They didn't have sufficient skills. They didn't have adequate mentoring, and you know, and so on and so forth. As you can see, insufficient funding. Namrata did mention that funding is available, and I kind of agree with that. Funding is available for the right kind of startups. So a lot of these reasons why startups fail is linked to the fact that they don't have the right guidance, the right direction, the right experience, you know, and that comes through mentoring and incubation. If you look at, you know, going ahead, I think this is frozen. Can you see and hear?
Yes, we can see you on here also.
Okay,
Please
excellent.
We can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what is this, you know, why is incubation so important? I think, you know, you got to go back to the basics. A lot of people we've seen in the last 5 years, we would have seen over 1,000 odd startups, and, you know, 600 to 700 of them, we had to really ask them to go back home because they were not really solving a real problem. I think the basics of this is, you know, you have to be solving a real problem, a real customer need, and then you sort of validate that through a process. You know, the market should be large enough and the opportunity should at least be there. You need to quantify that value proposition and then kind of, you know, build a business model around it, which means that a solution for which a customer is willing to pay a certain price. And then it has to be a differentiated solution. It has to be unique in some ways, maybe some intellectual property, some technology, some SaaS platform, some software. And I think looking at all those things, you make a business plan, you know, looking at the competition, the other people around it, and then convert that into a pitch for an investor group. And you then meet prospective investors, and that's where you are able to raise angel funding. So So statistically, 90% of the startups that start are not able to reach this stage. They die in the first 3 to 4 years of their life, whereas in the Western world, this number is about 60%. So the rate of survival of startups in India in the early stage is really low, and that's what needs to be addressed with the incubation process. I think why startups fail, as you can see, bulk of them are building something that nobody wants. This is an idea in their mind. They think people need it, but they don't actually need it. And I think that's where the challenge is. Teams are generally not up to the mark. And then a lot of people are chasing investors instead of customers. Funding should be a pull event. It should not be a push event. And we advocate that, quite strongly, that if you have a strong business case and an investable business, funds will come to you, capital will come to you. You don't need to go to capital. And how does this whole incubation process work? I think it starts with the idea. You need to go around and understand the demand around this idea. What is the scope? What is the competition? Do you have the expertise and the skills to build it? Is it unique enough? Is the customer there and is he willing to pay? I think if all of this is there together, you will be able to build a completely interesting and a sensible sort of business problem being solved, managed through research, understood through a plan, and taking this plan to a set of investors. So Namrata can now talk a little bit more about the kind of investments that are available.
Okay.
Over to you.
Okay, so coming back to the kind of investments that are possible. So the first one is again grants, and we know that today the startups space has attracted a lot of attention in the entire ecosystem. So grants are available from the government of India. State governments have their own initiatives in this area. There are institutions, educational institutions, which are doing that. Even some corporates and private entities are also providing seed money. The good thing about the grants is that it's a one-way flow of funds. There is no risk involved. Nothing has to be returned. The money can be used for developing your idea. And typically, the grantee is not really involved. The entity providing the grants is not really involved in any decision making. So pretty much leaves you to run your idea the way you want. The second one is debt, and we talked about it a little in the context of some of the schemes again that the government has initiated, especially around Mudra and Stand Up India, etc. But debt really comes in, of course, with some caveats, and also only if there is a clear, discernible cash flow that is visible. If that is not, then this is a difficult form of funding to avail of. But if cash flows are visible, this is something even banks and non-bank finance companies now are willing to provide some amount of funding here. The thing here is that there is a clear interest payment and returns, etc., to be given. So some amount of pressure can build up in terms of complying with these. Also, there needs to be some form of collateral or asset before the traditional funding institutions will provide you with funding. The last form is really the equity, and this is the most preferred form for startups. We again talked about this a little earlier. The initial stages through family, friends, and your own money. At later stages through venture capital and PE. But I think the most critical stage really is the money which can come in from the angel investors, because really that's the critical point where your idea is getting validated, and this investor is actually buying into your idea, your business plan, or your concept. And taking a high amount of risk. So who are angel investors? Okay, so before we move to the angel investors, I think here's some of the central and state government initiatives and availability of funds through various startup funds that states have raised, or other venture funds and fund of funds from the government. So just to show that there are several such possibilities available for startups to avail of. Coming back to the angel investors, so angel investors, who we said the ones who are taking, willing to take on the risk of the new venture. These are usually high net worth individuals who have surplus cash. They could be business owners. They could be entrepreneurs who've been successful in the past and have made money and are now passionate about supporting other entrepreneurs. It could also be corporate executives who are wanting to, provide both their domain expertise and their funds to this space. Why do they invest? I mean, they invest, to establish a separate asset class. They've already got money in banks and FDs, etc. They invest to make money. They want to leverage their own knowledge and network in a certain domain. And they want to support entrepreneurs. So there's a large ecosystem of people there who are willing to do this for various reasons. And what do they want out of it? They are not looking to make money through dividends or some small profits. They are really looking for providing these funds to enable an idea to scale very quickly so that it can go in for subsequent rounds of funding, and they can exit with multiple, with huge growth in their initial capital invested. They would typically, invest. Angel investors will invest if the idea is again, in a preferred domain, a domain that they understand or have been involved and engaged with. If you can clearly show that customer traction has been built and customers are willing to pay for the solution that is being provided. They like the founders. They like clear commitment that is being shown by the founders in building the business. And a prototype is ready to get scaled in the market. The point again over here is that it's just not about a good idea. It's about how that idea is being presented in an investable business plan. So we are re-emphasizing this point again. But the point is that is the business plan, is there a clearly defined problem statement? Is there a market opportunity that is being addressed? Is there a pitch deck which is high quality, which is clearly enunciating what is being done? And is there, is there a possibility of evaluation? So I think those are some of the things that are the appealing factors. So it's just not about the idea, it's about how you have showcased that idea to the investor.
Namrata, can I just request you to please, accelerate because we got Shreyas also, considering the time. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's it. So these are just the quick, the term sheet, due diligence, the documentation, and finally, signing off are the steps involved in actually looking at a fundraise with the angel investor. So with that, we will come to the end to our presentation. So thank you very much, and look forward to hearing the others.
Thank you. I should have had the patience of letting you go through that.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Namrata. That's an excellent presentation. I think we'll discuss it post Shreyas's presentation too. So without further delay, Shreyas, he's the founder and director of Mycelio. So Mycelio is born out of passion towards sustainability. And today, I think sustainability has become one of the most important topics of discussion, where your investors, the investors are termed as limited partners, LPs, are looking at funds, which are the GPs, and the investors to see how much of work are you doing around sustainability. So I think this work which is being done, and specifically Shreyas is focused around the EV industry, is phenomenal. So, kudos to you, Shreyas, and I think we'd love to understand from you how you've been building this ecosystem, how you're promoting this clean mobility. And I understand you have, purpose towards investments in clean mobility, as well as, there is a focus to build up the deep understanding and building the ecosystem, getting the best practices in place for what this industry needs. And this, the EV fleets, which is, I believe there's a running pilot which is going on. So, will be great to understand from you, Shreyas, in that. Over to you.
Thank you, Rajat, for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. Truly a pleasure to, sorry, I'm just sharing my screen. So truly a pleasure to be speaking today, and thank you to the organizers, ICAT, DHI, and Startup India for having me. Just before I start, I just want to make sure my screen is visible.
Yes, we don't see your presentation. If you have.
Okay. Sorry, just give me a minute.
Share your slides. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay, great. So, I'll be sharing some of my thoughts on the startup incubation and financing landscape, specifically with regards to the EV space. As one of the few EV-focused funds in India, we've gained significant insight and also seen the space evolve in the last 2 years. We also believe in terms of just startup deal flow. The EV space represents a significant portion when we talk about automotive startups. So, my first slide here, if you have a look at the chart on the left side, this gives you an idea of the funding volumes that we've been seeing, over the last 2 years. Generally, we've seen with new and exciting policy announcements around EVs, we're seeing a lot more interest from, VCs. As a general trend, we see more debt funding in the context of EV fleet expansion or for charging infrastructure deployment, and more equity funding for maybe startups which are more R&D or IP focused, which makes sense since it's basically avoiding equity financing for depreciating assets. However, this year, for 2020, we've definitely seen, a bit of a reduced deal flow, which is more or less consistent with the general trend in venture funding. This may be, related to the pandemic. Of course, funding is slightly maybe more conservative now. We've also seen that with startups in this space, in the EV space in particular, during the lockdown, especially, there was definitely some challenges with regards to the supply chain side, especially with imported components. And if you look here, we have another breakup of the deal flow this year by category. We can see that OEMs and component manufacturers have secured a majority of the funding this year, and this may be indicative of a greater push for indigenization, perhaps because it may ultimately make for a more sustainable business model in the long run. So, what are the challenges that startups are facing, with regards to fundraising in this space? Well, my take on this firstly is that startups can be broadly categorized into two categories. We call them technology innovation and business innovation. Technology innovation is, of course, more of a deep tech play where there's more R&D and IP driven. Whereas business innovation is often more, more often than not, it involves a deployment and utilization of an externally sourced EV technology. A good example would be, charging infrastructure or battery swapping deployment, where the batteries and charging stations are essentially sourced from an external vendor. However, I think a majority of the EV startups in India are probably fall into the technology innovation category. Historically, I think there's always been a little bit of hesitation with making investments into high risk, high return, deep tech companies. And this is understandable since the space is very much nascent, and I think the VC ecosystem is still developing their understanding of this space. And ultimately, since the policy around EVs is still evolving, it's difficult to estimate how quickly the market for EVs will grow, and it's yet to be seen if that demand will be predominantly policy driven or if it will be market driven or both. Unless one has an understanding of the technology itself, it's also difficult to grasp the unit economics. While we all know that per running kilometer, EVs are going to be cheaper than traditional ICE vehicles. The residual value of the vehicle itself, specifically the battery, remains to be a little bit ambiguous. Especially to in the context of financial institutions when we talk about debt funding. There is a barrier there, of course. And also, I think finally there is also a certain level of ambiguity in some pitch decks, which may not really truly represent the value proposition of the startup itself. And I think while funding is important, the ecosystem support through accelerator and incubation programs are equally important in the successful startup. Through our interactions with startups in this space, we managed to outline a few shortcomings of the existing clean tech accelerators and incubation programs. Some tend to be too short, especially for hardware startups. And I would say a majority of the EV startups are definitely hardware startups. They'll come under that category. There's also limitations in the influence that the startup have on the choice of technology, and also the larger startup ecosystem, primarily on the policy side. And if you look at the chart on the right side, you can clearly see that there is more clean tech innovation in geographies where the score of entrepreneurial culture or ecosystem is higher. And you can also see where the different geographies lie. In India's here, and so is the United States. So I think we at Misellio, I think we truly believe that this for the EV startup ecosystem in India, it really requires a holistic solution, which is something that we've been working on quite actively at Misellio with our fund, and also our Discovery Studio, which is a product development facility for startups to come and use. So it's not just access to capital, but also guidance and support from a technical perspective, be it process optimization or creating a vendor network, but also from a commercial business development perspective, be it identifying customers or a product market fit. So just to close, just to summarize. I'll just give my outlook on this space. I think indigenization is going to be absolutely crucial for long-term sustainable EV adoption. A supply chain which predominantly relies on imports, that too predominantly just from one geography, will always be a risk. At the very least, we should be aiming for a more diversified supply chain. I think interest from existing large OEMs in this space is very encouraging, as they are most suited to help startups scale and gain credibility through their own network and resources. Obviously, e-commerce and logistics players are keen to transition to electric fleets, creating demand and therefore driving investments. And finally, I think government incentives such as production-linked investment scheme, FAME subsidies, and being able to sell a vehicle without the battery are all positive steps, which will ultimately bring down the cost of acquiring an EV. And with that, I will close. Thank you very much. Over to you, Rajat.
Thank you, Shreya. That was also a fantastic presentation, and I hope everybody on the session, enjoyed seeing some of these inputs. Is Namrata also there? So if we can have Namrata too back on video, maybe we can just quickly have a short discussion of what's kind of getting fundable in the industry right now. Shreya, while you put across saying that EVs, there is a focus which the OEMs need to put across, and Namrata put across a very nice presentation around the stages of funding as well as the support which is provided by the government, which will be very interesting to understand how much of that money has been really distributed. That from that slide on the government support, and as well as I think a process about incubation, and I think Rajat put a very good point about let the funding be a pull factor rather than a push factor, which is critically very important. And I think as we see the industry right now, Namrata, are you back on or you dropped off? Not sure.
Yes, no, I'm here.
Okay, so if you have any comments coming up, and I think incubation, as you mentioned across, is one of the most important elements of for the startups. I remember I ran the 10,000 startups at NASCOM when we were putting up incubation setups across India, and I think it was very early stage. But these are one of the most helpful journeys for a startup. And what Shreyas, you mentioned about the connect with the OEMs, I think that's very important because at any stage, the market is more important. I think Rajat also mentioned that run after the consumer, not the investor. So and the consumer is also not very easy. In a place where we are, what we are discussing, I think the OEMs have to play a very important part in supporting us.
Excuse me. So we do have another speaker on the panel, Ms. Khate.
Okay, Ankit's there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. I thought Ankit had not come in, so my apologies for that. So, sorry, Ashima is, I think we've got Ashima here. Ashima, we can't hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. So, I mean, I'll let you to introduce yourself to everybody, and we look forward to hearing your presentation here.
Thanks, Rajat. And I must say that one, I was struggling with, of course, the app, and second thing, I am definitely an odd one out on the panel. I'm really not coming from an automotive kind of a ecosystem. I come more from a policy ecosystem, but someone who's actively working as far as promoting electric mobility is concerned. So what I've kind of listened over the last 1.5 to 2 hours, and also from my co-panelists, I think one of the key development in the whole automotive startup ecosystem has been on the focus has been on electric mobility. We've seen huge amount of venture capital which has been raised, lots of startups which have focused on electric mobility based solutions which have come up over the last several years, and they've really been driving and been accelerating the whole ecosystem as far as India's electric mobility transition is concerned. And in fact, what I've heard from a lot of big players is that they've literally posed a challenger model where these small players have come up with products, have come up with electric mobility solutions that have driven a lot of growth. They have driven a lot of pilot scale developments, which is now making a lot of ecosystem players kind of think and believe that electric mobility transition is possible. So I'm going to focus, given my whole acquaintance with what's been happening overall to promote electric mobility and try and link it to the startup ecosystem. I'm just going to check if you all can see my screen.
It's coming on.
Can you all see my screen now?
It can be seen, Asham.
Perfect, perfect. So I'll focus more on this, given the significance of electric mobility in the context of automotive startups. Yeah, so where we are today, I'll just, talk about, and when again linking to small players, startups, which have, beginning to look at electric mobility solutions and products. I mean, India's electric mobility story is that of three-wheelers and two-wheelers. We have about 3 million battery electric vehicles as of now, and largely this is, three-wheelers and two-wheelers dominated. And that's where we have seen a significant growth of startup community, not just on the product design, but several elements related to the end-to-end solution delivery, and seen lots of innovations that have come in this space, both for the electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And what has been driving it, I also believe, is that there has been so much of a push, there has been so much of a commitment over the last 1.5 to 2 years on promoting EV uptake in the country. We've seen several demand-focused policies. We've seen so much of supply-focused policy, which are encouraging all the players in the ecosystem to kind of have confidence in the market and invest into electric mobility solutions. Schemes ranging from demand incentives for electric vehicles to supply focus scheme which are supporting EV manufacturing. They're giving that kind of a confidence to all players, big and small alike, to believe that electric mobility demand will be created in the near term as well as in the long term, and hence make the right investments in looking at a long-term vision. So just to highlight some of the things that have that are kind of making all of this happen. We're all aware of the FAME 2 scheme, which is really incentivizing mostly all the electric vehicle segments, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheelers, electric buses. They have really kind of given a push in terms of an demand assurity. At the same time, we have the phase manufacturing plan. We have now recently announced PLI scheme for ACC battery manufacturing. All of them which are on, kind of founded on the principle of incentivizing, making products affordable for consumers and making manufacturing more easier and giving room for encouraging, more investments, innovation in this sphere. While a lot of fiscal incentives have happened, what we've also seen is that non-fiscal incentives support to electric mobility, regulatory reforms that would ease both the ownership and operation of electric vehicles, both for individual buyers and fleet operators. A lot of our startups right now are in the fleet operation categories, as we've seen in the previous kind of panel as well. So a lot of support is being given to those kind of operations. My organization is involved very, very deeply with Delhi government, for example. We've been thinking of how to promote electric fleets by making ease of operations is something more like a normal for the electric vehicles, and which gives them distinct advantage over ICE vehicles. So a lot of reforms have been taking place on that front, both from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and from state governments like Delhi, Telangana, Maharashtra. And beyond that, if you look at, again, several of the initiatives by Ministry of Power, by, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, all of that is kind of leading towards a very enabling ecosystem that is supportive of whether it is, installation of charging infrastructure, or whether it is, in terms of how we go about manufacturing. So it is all kind of, I'm not going to get in deeper into each of these, reforms that have taken over the place, but just highlighting the fact that this is really creating an ecosystem where we are hoping that e-mobility, adoption of e-mobility, use of electric vehicles by businesses, by individual owners will become much more easier. And while this is happening at the central level, we are also seeing a lot of action by state governments. We have 10 state governments as of now, which have state electric vehicle policies, which have set very ambitious targets. And all of this is giving us a kind of a market size. Like, just to highlight, Delhi government has said that they expect 50% of the delivery vehicles to convert to electric by 2023 and 100% by 2025. It's kind of assuring us a market size, again, giving confidence to investors to be investing it as policy is making a lot of things stable and kind of assured. And we've seen, a lot of these state EV policies recently, and what we realize is that, of course, different geographies in the country are varying in terms of how they are promoting electric vehicles, but a significant focus has been on supply side, and lots of states are looking at, for example, Karnataka or Maharashtra or Telangana as electric vehicles as an opportunity for economic growth as well, and encouraging a lot of startup communities, startups to, come and set up their facilities, their kind of presence in several of these states, and enabling and coming out with regulations which would be supportive of that. And there are significant opportunities because of that, which are emerging, which can be captured both in the sphere of business innovation, product innovation, technology innovation, that we all stand to gain from as part of the ecosystem. Just to kind of move towards, and I'm conscious of the time, but just to give an idea of if you're really kind of giving a push to this ecosystem, if you're talking about incubation, financing, and looking at startups as something which will drive a lot of that. Just wanted to highlight some of what we've been doing and understanding what the high penetration of EVs in India may look like by 2030, and perhaps hopefully if momentum is continued, impact of COVID-19 is kind of hopefully goes away in the next 1 year or so, we should be able to see a stock of 50 million electric vehicles in the country by 2030. And all of which is leading to significant economic value, whether it is in terms of as economy benefiting from oil import savings, or creating job creation opportunities both from the manufacturing ecosystem on battery side or the rest of the supply chain. Lastly, just want to kind of end by saying that a lot of startups would come back, the whole players in the ecosystem would come back by saying that a lot of policies are on the table, but still there is a long way to go. I think there has been some amount of setback because of COVID and some of the economic downturn we've been seeing. So a good mantra for us will be early deployment, showing the success stories, where I strongly believe a lot of players right now in the startup ecosystem would have a huge role to play in terms of moving forward some of this ecosystem. So I'll just end there. Rajat, and back to you.
Thank you, Ashma. And I think probably you summed it up extremely well, because in this panel we've had our discussion which was around the ecosystem, where I think Namrata and Rajat put us across. We had Shreyas talk about very focused EV, and I think we have the regulator here, the policymaker here, and I do remember Niti Aayog's great initiative here, which I think the industry has to thank you all for actually making the EV such a success model. And I think hopefully it's far more successful. And I think when I started this section, I used the terminology, data is the new oil for the auto sector. I think I should switch off and change it to saying EV is the new oil for auto sector. So hopefully with that we should be able to get some more inputs here. So if there's any further comments or any final comments by people, if not, then I'll give it back to the moderators to see if there are any questions from the people who are attending it. And I do have to thank all of you for an excellent session today.
Yeah, thanks, Rajat. Just there were just two quick points, if I could say those. I think just hearing the other panelists also, I think again re-emphasizing the fact that there's lots of entrepreneurship happening at one end, and there is a lot of initiatives from the government, ministries, funding opportunities. So who is going to be the bridge in bringing these two together? And therefore the importance of having incubators, accelerators, mentors who will bridge this gap, I think is something that we'd like to emphasize. And the second is also, the role, we didn't discuss it, and perhaps maybe in some other sessions may have been talked about, but corporate innovation. So, what roles, I think some reference was made by Shreyas on that. OEMs, what kind of a role can they play? This whole corporate innovation, because if you look at the auto sector globally, like you look at Germany, the innovation was actually spearheaded by the large auto manufacturers, starting a corporate corporate innovation focus within their entities. So that is another thing that needs to be done. But those are two points that we thought we could just put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela, to you.
Thank you, Rajat, for conducting this session very efficiently. We are a technology and technical oriented organization. Financing is not known to us, so we will be requiring the support of all the experts who have been on this panel as to enable us understand how we can bring innovation and startups to finally scalable production based product on the market. It's been amply, spelled out by Namrata's presentation that 90% of the ideas get killed in the first phase itself. So the objective is, yesterday we had a very good speaker from Israel, and they don't have an auto industry, but Israel is doing all the innovation for rest of the world. So there are both the examples. One is a Germany model, which Namrata just talked about, and there is an Israel model, which we can also think of. So we should have something which is in between, because we have a good IT-based industry in the country. We have good engineers, we have good auto industry, and we have a robust industry basically. And the industry is also quite open to helping the startups to bring products for their application-based system. For example, yesterday Yulu Bike said that they have designed and developed a concept, and the contract manufacturing is done by Bajaj Auto. So the use and inclusion of corporate in the startup is there, and we need to promote it. So organizations like ICAT can help bring the two communities together. We can help develop the product. We can bring industry, showcase, have studio demonstrations of the product. Industry can come, they can assess, and then they can take these products for their own individual use. So that's something that we can act as a bridge between the corporate and the startup community, and we can also develop an ecosystem how we can enable them to happen this actually. We will be having some more similar programs wherein we'll bring people on board. So I once again thank all of you, all the people who presented today on this important session of financing, which is very different than the normal corporate finance. There are a lot of we had Saurav Markande yesterday. He is from Shadow EV. I have been interacting with him for last 3 years. So his own family started funding him, giving him seed funds, and from that concept to finally a marketable product and generating a funding for his venture and his putting up a manufacturing facility in Pune is something which is very interesting to see. So of course the financing model for startups is very different than the corporate financing, and we need to bring out certain enabling policy measures if we can deliberate and bring out how we can help startups to develop financing, make it easy. Ease of business for startups should be a very dedicated topic to be brought out, and we can ask government to do certain policy inclusions in that. So I thank you all. I thank Rajat for undertaking this session excellently. Thank you, Akshima. Thank you, Namrata, Rajat, and Shreyas for sparing your time with us in these difficult times. Hope to see you soon. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Rajat. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, good connecting back.
Good
Thanks,
connecting
everyone.
back. Yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Bye, Pamela.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for all the panel members for such an enlightening discussion. I'm sure all the delegates present here will view this in great spirits and will help them along their journey in their startup ecosystem. Now we'll be moving further. First of all, I would like to apologize that we'll not be able to take up any questions at this moment due to paucity of time. We will, however, relay them to the speakers for further correspondence. Now we'll be moving towards our final session, that is the panel discussion. During this discussion, we will listen to experts comment about the different roles and responsibilities of innovators and of the industry for empowering the startup ecosystem and for further progression of startups. I would now like to introduce our AD panel for this discussion. The panel consists of Shri I.V. Rao, Shri C.V. Raman, Shri Nishant Arya, Shri Amitabh Saran, and Shri Chetan Meni. From ICAT, Shrimati Pamela Tikku will be representing us. This panel shall be moderated by Shri Arun Malhotra, who is a former director of Nissan Motor India Private Limited. He was director between October 2014 till 2018. Prior to joining Nissan, Mr. Malhotra was Chief of International Sales and Marketing for the automotive and farm sector of Mahindra & Mahindra. Mr. Malhotra served as Senior Vice President of Sales and Channel Development of Automotive sector of Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. Since this is all in retrospect since January 2008. With over 30 years of combined experience in the automotive industry, Shri Malhotra has had a track record in sales, service, network expansion and development, brand building and customer-centric initiatives in reputed automotive organizations, including Escorts, Bajaj Auto Limited, and Maruti Suzuki India Limited. He has a Bachelor of Engineering and Mechanical Engineering and an MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. I welcome you, sir. I would request you to please introduce the panel and take the discussions forward. Over to you, sir.
Is Mr. Malhotra there?
At least I can't see Mr. Malhotra on the screen.
No, I can see him on the panel list. Shakti, can you ask Sitikant to talk to Mr. Malhotra and see where he is? I can see him in the panel list.
Malhotra sir, we can see you on the panel list. I'm sending you cam request and mic request. Could you please switch on your camera? There'll be a pop-up message on your screen. Say my webcam. So can you see the pop-up message I'm sending you again and again? You need to unmute yourself, sir. You're on self-muted mode.
Sitikant, I don't find him self-muted mode.
No, he is right now unmuted. We can hear
Can
you,
you
sir.
hear me?
Yes, we can. But
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, and can you see me also now?
No, I'm sending you.
Not yet.
Please click
Not yet.
set icon. Yes, we can now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry for that. So I think you'll hear me. So some always technical glitches. So we are going to talk of what I discussed was empowering startups as innovative partners. And I think the two key words we need to focus on is empowering and innovative partners. Auto industry has been there for over 130 years, we talked of, and generally the major transformations are happening in the last 4-5 years, whether in terms of technology, emissions, customer preferences, and startups have a major role to play in this innovation which is coming, and whether it's thinking out of the box, agility, speed, and in terms of even technology across sectors. So what we are talking of is, we're talking of rebirth, reincarnation, or a renaissance of the entire auto industry. So when we talk about empowering, we are looking at, I mean, there's no two opinion that the startups have an important role to play. But the question is, can we speed up? Can we accelerate the role? Can we act as a catalyst? Whether it is industry or whether it is government or whether regulatory authorities, and can there be a similar synergy and symphony between all the stakeholders? And mentoring, as was mentioned, mentoring and handholding is an important part for the startups. We got a distinguished panel, and just a short introduction. Mr. I.V. Rao is there. He's a senior fellow from TERI. I always refer to him as the Bhisham Pitama of the R&D in India, as far as the auto industry is concerned. Mr. C.V. Raman is there. He's a senior ED engineering, Maruti Suzuki. And you can see the Raman effect in a lot of Maruti Suzuki products launched in the last decade. Then there is Mr. Chetan Maini, who's the co-founder and vice chairman of Sun Mobility. We talk of startups for the last 5 years, but Mr. Chetan Maini started the startup Reva nearly 2 decades back. So if I refer to him as the grand old young man, Dadabhai Naroji of the EV industry, it would be an exaggeration. And then we have Nishant Arya, who's EAD at JBM Group. And he's taken this group to new heights from the auto ancillary field to the new specters in terms of safety, security, and in terms of electric vehicles. And if the average age of this group, this panel, is 55, a lot of contribution is to Mr. Arya, otherwise the average age of the group would have been 60. We have Amitabh Saran. He's the founder and CEO of Alti Green. And his focus is on small commercial vehicle, electric vehicles. And I can only call him, he's like the Swadesh movie which Shah Rukh Khan returning to India, returned from NASA. So he's there to move into, to propel the EV business. And last but not the least is Mr. Dinesh Tyagi, who's director ICAT. And I think his role has been instrumental in shaping the destiny of the auto industry because ICAT has played a major role. We'll get straight to the first round. The first round will focus, and I would need from each of the panelists one or two key observations, what has happened from their perspective in the startup space in terms of partnering and innovation in the last 2 years. And I would like all the panelists to be frank and fair, and straight we move to I.V. Rao. Over to you, 2 minutes each for each of the panelists.
Mr. Arun, Mr. Tyagi has not been able to join because
okay, Mr. Tyagi is not able to join. I thought he's not visible, so
no.
We'll miss
so
him.
I am representing him. So
okay, so Pamela, you're joining the panel. So
yeah.
So thanks. So Pamela needs no introduction, I think. So I don't have to introduce her. She's been all over. I mean, in this entire seminar, and plus everybody knows her. So over to Ivy. 2 key observations in terms of what's happened in the last 2-3 years from your perspective in this space of innovation and in terms of the startups.
Am I audible?
Yeah, I'm audible.
Okay. With increase of electronics in automobiles and also related softwares, I think a lot of startups started with the development of various apps for either the better management of the performance or for digital marketing, etc. And with the government push towards electrification of mobility, I think there are innumerable startups who have come up for developing electric 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers, and a lot of them already in the market. I think this is a very good development considering, I mean, when we used to graduate, our focus was always to get a job. Whereas for the last 10 years, the young engineers coming out of colleges are trying to create an enterprise to give employment for others. I think it's a very good development, and we need to actually nurture this new trend of young engineers getting into startups to coming out with innovative ideas in auto industry and various other fields also. And we need to actually nurture this.
Yeah, Ivy. So what we will do in the future, we will discuss. So Ivy's raised a simple point that from the age when people used to seek employment, now entrepreneurs are coming in and giving employment. And
yes,
he's very hopeful for the future. C.V. Raman, what is your perspective? What's happened in the last 2-3 years? Has it been a major change, or we still see we are babe in the woods? How would you look at it, the position for startups in the auto industry?
Yeah. So, till now, whatever we have been seeing as far as the startup, revolution in India, with more than 50,000 startups and having more than $50 billion raised. The entire focus till now has been on the services sector with the Flipkarts and Zomatos and all those people coming in. I believe that the next few focus is definitely going to be the and that this has matured, but auto ecosystem, from this perspective, I think is still at a, I believe is a nascent stage. I may not be the right person to comment on it, but that's how I look at it from the auto sector. But when we look at auto, I think what has changed, and that's what you asked. I think ACES for the world market is it's a everybody talks about autonomous, connected, electric, and shared mobility. And I believe that the digital revolution, the connectivity which has happened, and whatever is India-specific requirement, I believe that India requires affordable mobility, requires connected and shared mobility, requires environment-friendly technologies and safe technologies. When we look at it from that perspective, I think that's where the change is happening. I see in the last 2-3 years, where mobility is not just moving from one point to the other, but it's about value-added services which are getting which are coming in into this ecosystem. And that's where the startup ecosystem is contributing in a big way to provide value for the customers through certain mobility solutions. And that's, I think, has a very significant change which has happened in the last couple of years.
So, Raman, you've talked of a very interesting word you put. We are still in the nascent stage, or we can say we are still in the early days. And you said that moving from mobility A to B, it's a much more value addition of the ACEs, whether autonomous, connected, emission, shared. So coming to you, Mr. Chetan Maini, you've seen it all. And I'm sure the pace must have picked up in the last 2-3 years. I'm sure if it hasn't picked up, then there's a worrisome sign. So what do you think in the last 2 years? What are the positives and what something which has happened, or where still the challenges do exist? And we'll talk about the challenges later, but what do you think has happened in the last 3 years from your perspective? Because you've seen the manufacturers end, you've seen the end as a startups from the early days.
Yeah, I think the first big change I'm seeing is that this startup community is now at a much broader level. So you have startups who are OEMs, you have startups who are tier ones, supplying powertrain solutions and things. You have startups that are working on technology that goes into tier ones and OEMs. You have startups in infrastructure, setting up charging stations and everything, and swapping stations. And you have startups who are solutions through the digitization of these services. And I think in earlier days, it was purely on digitization and some aspects of it. And the second part is you're seeing it across ecosystems, you're seeing it across two-wheelers and three-wheelers. So the breadth and the depth of what I would say the startup ecosystem has been the biggest shift that I have seen in the last 3 years, right? The second part, I think there is a lot more funding available, and we've spoken about a little earlier than there was. And the third part to me is the partnerships that have come across. In our own experience at Sun Mobility, we've got 10 OEMs on board. We have partners, oil company, you have partners like Bosch and others who have come, which are not just technology but ecosystem. So the openness of companies to come together to partner, to create a larger play, I think there is a lot more openness today than there was probably 3 years ago.
So, Chetan, you've talked of one thing very positive you see, it is the funding which is available and the partnerships which are much more probably accessible, available. But the bigger part you talked of is that it's impacting the entire ecosystem, whether it's in product development, whether it's in manufacturing, whether it's in supply chain, and whether it's across as a tier one supplier as an OEM. So that's a positive change. Coming to Nishant, your group has been there for a long time in the auto industry. You've been in a leadership position, and you moved up to the concept of, the group has made major forays into electric vehicles, and you're doing a great job. But as far as electric vehicles concerned, you are a startup in that sense. So how do you see this journey, especially in the last 2-3 years?
See, first of all, I would say that definitely we have the benefit of being a startup because we are embracing learning and change consistently. learning from our peers in the industry, and we are in a focused space of public transportation as of today. And we really see that across the ecosystem, whether it's the OEMs or it's the key aggregate manufacturers like battery, motor, chargers, or other power electronics, or power and transmission providers, charging infrastructure, intelligent transportation systems, operation and maintenance, or its funding. I think it's become very important that everywhere people are talking about collaborating and co-opting. So, and competing at the same time. So it's co-opetition is how I look at it. And no one company can do everything, because eventually the agility and the flexibility required, the time to market required, I think in a startup mindset, that brings in a lot of strength, and definitely there's a lot of room to collaborate, because a lot of new technologies, new business models are emerging, and eventually everybody has to go to total cost of ownership. I think total cost of ownership, especially in the space we are, and as we are seeing the industry transform, so eventually the end customer is looking at that perspective, and bringing in a perspective of how technology is driving value with respect to affordability, safety, and comfort. I think makes it even more interesting, and the customer is becoming demanding, more and more demanding day by day. So one has to really keep ourselves abreast with the latest technologies, and yet keep these few parameters around TCO in place, because multiple startups are mushrooming up, and I think they have great ideas, and they are integrating into different supply chains, multiple business models, which is good for the industry. And a lot of disruption will happen, and there's a lot of learning which is happening, and continuously the business models are evolving. And now, whether it's banks, financial institutions, or global investors, they are looking at India as a hotbed in the EV space. And companies are not limiting themselves to this part, but how I think Raman San rightly mentioned, ACES, just the part in ACES, what I would say in India, the autonomous, they getting transformed to artificial intelligence and machine learning and big data and IoT. I think that is becoming really important, how the vehicle health management system, the battery management system, the charging management system, and the real-time battery consumption and other patterns you are seeing, because each and every element, the diagnostics and the information analytics is very, very important. And that is what I think all of us are looking up to in today's day.
Rishad, you talked of the technologies impacting all aspects, and you talked of a very important part, the spirit of cooperation and collaboration, because you have partnerships across the board, whether it's between OEMs, whether between the suppliers, whether it's financiers, whether the authorities. So that's an element which you have talked of, which is very critical, and there's a lot of positive signs. Coming to Mr. Amitabh Saran, I just want to know, I mean, I've known you as a person who speaks both from the mind and also from the heart. So I want you to continue in the same manner. You have focused on a specific segment, and you've been talking, which is the small commercial vehicle segment in terms of driveways and transmission. And you've been dealing with regulators, you've been dealing with the government authorities, you've been dealing with OEMs. And from your perspective and from ground zero, what is your report?
It's not fair.
Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I said it's not fair. First of all, thank you for inviting me on this panel. I am an August company, great people around. So good afternoon to all of you. To answer your question, Arun, you know, it has been tough, especially for an outsider. And I would say the same for a lot of the startups who are gradually entering the ecosystem, like Chetan mentioned and the others have mentioned. I think the number of startups is increasing dramatically. They come with good intent, but I think somewhere down the road, I do feel that you know, they start getting lost. And we'll be discussing more details with respect to the larger community of the automobile industry. But you know, the regulations, the implementation of those regulations, how do we go about doing it? Is there someone to handhold us? Are we, and like Mr. Raman mentioned, babes in the wood, or he had mentioned that, you know, it is a little bit of that feeling when we start. Good part that I do recognize right now, especially in the last couple of years, is that this build versus borrow that we earlier used to happen. I mean, some 7 or 8 years back when we started, we were kind of looked down upon and shunned that we were trying to build something from scratch when there was, something that was very easily and very inexpensively available right at our border. Why should we be doing that? That, I think, has changed dramatically in the last 3 or 4 years. People are saying that building is very important. That's number one. And I think the entire ecosystem and the collaborative work of the ecosystem, that I notice a lot more. People are more forthcoming, coming forward and willing to help each other. I think that is a big change that I'm noticing in the startup ecosystem from my perspective.
So, Amitabh, you talked of that you use the word outsider tag, outsider. And when we are talking of collaboration, partnership, the outsider tag has to disappear. It has to be not only insider, it has to be collaborative, cooperation, which is there. And you say this has improved. But what I can gather from you, there is still a gap between what could have been done and what is done. But obviously, there's a good start. You say that you're seeing a positive development. And I think you mentioned one very interesting word, a lot of hand-holding and mentoring, because startups are visionary or people who are not the best of people who can manage different stakeholders. So you need a lot of, you can say, mentoring, you said, or hand-holding. And if I was referred to an old Hindi film song, it would say, Koi hota jisko hum apna keh lete yaro. Something like that perspective. Coming to you, we from an ICAT perspective, coming to you from the ICAT perspective, what do you see? What needs to be done, Vavla, to in the way things have moved in the last 2 years? What do you think the journey? Because you've seen it very closely. You've been interacting in the industry. So what's your perspective, how the journey has been in the last 2 years?
I think 2 years back when a lot of startups started coming up, so the understanding of the regulatory requirement and the market requirement was not so mature as it is now, because once the startups have started building the products, once they have started testing the products, validating the products, and also marketing the product and understanding what customer requirement is, that has changed the customer orientation of the products which are being developed by the startup community. And initially, it was felt that since electric vehicle has less complexity, much less than an IC engine, it's a simpler integration of parts, and we can put up the EVs on road. But I think that experience of learning and building up an EV and putting on road has matured now. It is simpler as compared to IC engine vehicle development, but it is not so simple that you can start thinking today and putting that product on the market, because there are certain regulatory aspects which the EV has to meet as any other vehicle has to meet, because they have to face the same market, they have to face the same use, abuse. So that is where the maturity level has started building up now with the understanding of what the regulatory requirement is and market requirement is. Thank you.
So, like you talked of that, there is now more understanding, more collaboration, and also there is more facilities and infrastructure available for startups. And as you mentioned, EVs look very simple in terms of we always talk of number of moving parts or number of units in EV are much less, but in concept, from concept to ground level, it is more challenging, and that's where the whole concept of comes in, how the collaboration happens between industry, government, and the startups. Now let's move to the next year and next round, and here we want to discuss, one thing which always somebody was telling that the biggest startup, I mean, in the auto industry was Tesla, and today the market capitalization of Tesla exceeds market capitalization of any auto company. So obviously a startup has succeeded. Now you can't call it a startup. It may be a unicorn or more, I don't know what corn you can call it, because it will go into much more billions. Coming to Ivy, from now if you have to move ahead, and that's one point what one hears, that we have come a long way, but there's a long way to go. And second, if you talk in a gear thing, from first to sixth gear, I just want to understand on what gear we are. So what do you think are the 3-4 key things, and it could be across stakeholders, what is required to really accelerate and catalyze this journey of collaboration and also the journey of the innovation partners, what we talk for the auto industry in terms of startups.
Arun, based on my working with some of the startups who are into physical products related to auto industry, I think one of the major hurdles or problems they face is when they are translating their concept into a physical form and also going to the next level of engineering prototypes. There they are really clueless and they have to really work very hard to get suitable parts made for their requirements in small numbers. I think there's a big gap in terms of developing a proto samples for evaluation for moving ahead, and also the whole process of what all steps are involved in translating a physical concept after they have seen their concept working to actually take it to the market is also not very clear to most of the startups. These are the two major things, which need to be actually addressed for accelerated growth of startups for their products to come to market. And of course, the third one is financing. Financing, I think the startups really struggle to get funds required at various stages. And I also, get a sense that all investors who are interested in the concept, but still they want to doubly ensure that the concept will really do what is being projected as, and they want a thorough analysis of viability, etc., before they, commit their funds. And the last point is, I think OEMs and big component manufacturers have a lot. They can really contribute a lot to support startups when the ideas are good and they also are convinced about the basic concept. I think if a OEM or a big component manufacturer support these startups, I think it will really accelerate the process.
So, Ivy, you talked of 2-3 things important. You said they were turning the dream into a reality. You have concept, proof of concept is there. Then we talk of prototyping. Then we talk of product development, it's testing, then go to market strategy. So it's a long journey. There are various areas with a long chain reaction. So how at every stage the startups can be helped, and that's a challenge area for most startups. Second, you said is financing. Although one hears that a lot of government does talk about funding is available, PE funds are there, VCs are there, but funding is still a challenge. And people who are funding new startups, they always have a wait and watch strategy. And third, you said is mentioned is the OEMs, the interplay. Can OEM act like a big brother? A big brother is watching. There is one philosophy of big brother is watching, and other is big brother is holding the hand of the young brother and say, come, I will help you, support you, what you require. Coming to Chetan, what are the issues which Ivy Rao has raised? Do you think what is to be done so that these challenges we can overcome at a faster pace?
So sum up by, the things, a lot of the startups don't have a set of facilities. And if you're trying to do a host of things, maybe a few of them can pick up a dyno or a battery tester or something. And these are expensive equipment. So when startups want to really test their products and stuff, this is a big challenge for them. In the US, in China, I saw large incubation hubs which had common facilities. People could walk in there. There was a common dynamometer, a common battery tester equipment. Yes. And what this happened was that a lot of people could accelerate and pay a small nominal fee on this front. More importantly, it was an area where a lot of people could talk to each other. And sometimes you found that some person was building one piece of hardware and someone was doing the other, and the two together could give a solution to an OEM at a more integrated level on this front. And also, it got a lot of people where if OEMs and others were interested, they could come to these common places to see, what is being developed, how does it fit with them. So how do we start to create a set of, few, and this you need 30, 40 of these incubation hubs, right? You need them all over the country if you want to bring these areas. And while there's a process and structure in the government to put some of them in and funding, we haven't seen too many of them. I think if we can enable some of them here, this could be a big plus on this area. Taking also, since we have ICAT here, I'm just giving an example of my early journey in the late, in the late 90s when we were trying to introduce REVA. I found that, organizations were very helpful. We actually did, shaker testing. They worked with us on this area to help develop. I think there's a large role that such organizations like ICAT can take, where how do they work with the startup community to help understand, to get the right quality for the country, to help meet expectations, have preferential rates for them to help them look at it, and serve both a role of an engineering support arm, but also a role of this. I know certain things are already happening, but how do we accelerate this? And can there be also funds given from the government to help the institutions like ICAT to leverage this area? And the last part to me is the policy framework. Policy framework at two levels. I think one at a larger level, which are impacting you getting into business. For example, there is a differential GST between vehicles and batteries and swapping and this thing of 5 to 18%. If someone's trying to get into that business, if that policy differentiation of 13% is the difference between a solution working or not working, you may not get into it. So there's the top level it. But then there's also a lot of challenges for startups at the ground. Very often startups make a vehicle, they can't get a simple thing like a red plate to test their vehicle on the roads, and host of these on the ground issues. How do you create a set of simple procedures for them that say, hey, you're a startup, you get access to all of this, cross boundaries and say, here is, if you're an EV startup, you get these. So there needs to be both ground reality policies as well as top level. Three things can. Funding is there, billions of dollars are putting in. If there's a good idea and people feel it's right, maybe getting and connecting fundraisers. But I think it's changing, and I do believe in the next 12 to 24 months we'll see a lot more of that.
So Chaitanya, I think we'll go to Pamela straight on this point. What you talked of a very important point, and what you said, funding is still an area where we moved far ahead. Probably there is occasion to bring people, the funding, the people who are funding and the people who need funds together. But I think one thing we should raise a very valid point is that what China does or any other developed country does is the incubation hubs. And ICAT is not just a design, development, testing facility, it's an incubation hub. And I think that's their part of their preamble and that's what they're practicing. Pamela, taking from point what Chetan is talking of, how can this incubation hub, which is ICAT has a role to play and which is based in the suburbs of Delhi, how can you make it a national incubation hub so that startups get the facility of design, development, testing, which can cost a lot in the auto industry, how that cost could be even shared. So how does ICAT plan to do on this area? Because a lot of eyes are on you, expectations are a lot on ICAT. That's what I hear across the industry.
I think I have already announced in my last session that ICAT is going to create an incubation and acceleration center, wherein we will be seeking applications from the startups, and we will be evaluating the level of technology and idea that the startup wants to build up. We will house these, we will provide them the facility to house themselves in ICAT. We will have the infrastructure. We will have a special rates for them to, design their product, prove their product, validate their product. But that can not be an unending time frame for which they can be, we'll have to enter into some kind of a time frame based agreement with the startup so that we give an opportunity. We don't have an unlimited space, so we have to accommodate maximum people at the most optimum time and use those resources optimally. So we already have announced that we will be creating the startup incubation and accelerator center. Our facilities will be there to help them develop, design and prove their product. and we can provide all our technical resources for them to enable that product to be usable and marketable. So that is one point. The other point is that since we are already working with industry, we can organize kind of a startup showcase event wherein we can invite industry to come and assess the product which is being developed or the solution being developed by a startup community. Then it depends on the individual organization and the startup organization how they want to take it further. So that's the kind of commitment that we are going to provide from ICAT. Of course, we are going to get support from Department of Heavy Industry. Since there is a lot of commitment from government to create an innovation and ecosystem in the country, they are making certain policy provisions and funding options for such initiatives. One is that advanced biochemistry mission has already been started, so there are RFQs being floated wherein government is inviting people to set up their battery manufacturing facility. So there are similar such other initiatives under discussion for policy by government. There is a capital goods scheme where government has asked us to bring on projects wherein 20% contribution will be from the organization and 80% of the funding can be provided by government under that capital goods scheme, because that capital goods scheme is being extended beyond capital goods itself. So they want to use the same model which they have used for capital goods development for the other sectors also, for automotive sector and technology development sector also. This is what I can say. So as ICAT, we are committed to support the organizations for proving their product, validating their product, and handholding them to make their product usable. Thank you.
Okay. So Pamela, thank you very much. This is great news for startups, because you're not talking only on giving them a design and development place, or even to locate themselves there, showcase their technology to new OEMs, and this is a great effort. I just want a small question. This will be greatly done in Manesar, but India is large. What about startups which are in South and West? How would they operate? Or they really need to come to Manesar, or would they be your other organizations like ARI or other organizations, and perhaps they will also be playing the same role?
I am not aware of other organizations, but this can be emulated in other centers of ICAT, of NATRIP, if they want. We are committed to do this, and we have the operations and scale to support that. Other centers under NATRIP have not reached to that scale of operation, whether they can support in terms of providing the know-how and but it's possible. It's not that it's not possible. It's
so
possible
what you're saying
that
is within the realm of reality, and it's a great start.
Yeah.
And I'm sure startups that how the initial part, how handholding is done, and as you said, it will come with certain nuances, limits. That can't be unlimited thing, because a lot of people would be like to utilize these resources. Coming to Mr. Raman, you represent the largest auto company in the country, and Pamela, just with Christmas around the corner, Pamela's being like a Santa Claus, rolled out a lot of goodies which startups can use. Now, coming from a manufacturer like Maruti Suzuki, who can be an incubation center in itself, and I do the notes have certain initiatives taken. What's your, plan in this regard? How do you handhold the startups? Raman. Mr. Raman is there? Yeah.
I think, yeah. I think I was muted.
So we're looking for the second phase of Santa Claus in Mr. Raman. First phase has been over by Pamela.
So the thing is that, as far as auto industry is concerned, it's a collaborative approach today. When we traditionally it is OEMs and suppliers used to generate innovation or intellectual property work together to make cars or vehicles. Today, when we are looking at mobility solutions, I think it is becoming a collaborative effort, and the ecosystem has gone beyond just the OEMs and OES. It has gone to the startups and to the academia. I think that is something which is, if you see, and Mr. Manny talked about it, that the kind of incubation centers or the accelerator programs which you have in US and other places is far more collaborative. Also co-optation is also there, what Nishant talked about. I think that is something, coming together, consortiums coming together, working together. These are things which are happening in space in a big way. One of the challenges which I also believe, and somewhere Mr. Rao talked about the prototyping and some parts of that, which Pamela San in a way said that we can support by becoming a incubation center or accelerator, and part of the Aspire is the thing is that how do we inculcate and get more startups help them to grow further. So I think that's a great opportunity which is there. The other thing is that I'll give two examples and from Maruti's side. One is post the COVID when we started, there was a requirement for ventilators, and Maruti Suzuki looked at who are the people who are making these ventilators, and there was this company called Agua who was had already had a product. But the question was the capacity to manufacture, the supply chain, and all of that. What Maruti Suzuki helped in was set up the manufacturing lines, improve the productivity, helped in supply chain management, get suppliers on board, and then were able to ramp up the capacity. So I think one of the challenges, and why I said this, why I gave this example, is the challenges for startups in a way is also how to scale up. You have an idea, you do the prototyping, and then you come and you are able to set it up. Then how do you scale it up? So that's one challenge which I see, which requires industry help. And that's where that collaborative approach is there, that you need to work together with such startups. Approach of Maruti Suzuki is how can we do advanced engineering or do POCs with such startups to be able to find out for the problems statements, what kind of solutions we can work and then see apply it for onto our products or into our services. Because as I said, it is no longer just product based, but it is also the services which you can do, what can happen at the dealership, what can happen in the service center, how can you provide more value. So I think that's the big piece which is now growing. And then of course there's the other is of course the preventive maintenance and other value added services, data analysis. Those kind of things are also that ecosystem needs to be developed because you have the telematic solutions, the IoT solutions which are coming in. So all of this requires a collaborative effort. So somewhere I think the solutions have to be across various streams or people who are having the the technology or developing such technology or making solutions which can create more value. I think that is the way forward. I think is what I see. And one of the things is we have the Mobility and Innovation Lab in Maruti Suzuki, where we have cohorts. We accelerate certain startups and give them on some selection basis. We give them paid POCs and and see how they can create value in our portfolio. So I think the other thing which I suggest, and that's what Pamela San also talked about, is how ICAT can become an incubator or a accelerator in a way. And I've seen this happening in Silicon Valley and other places where the universities are a big component of this, the academia, and somewhere I think that piece is still again nascent, is how that can be harnessed, where they are becoming innovation hubs. They have a lot of facilities which can be utilized by the startups, and if they collaborate in a way that can also support going forward is what I think. Because you are and there are it's not just one thing, so many islands of knowledge is available. How to integrate these islands, bring them together to create value is, I think, the way forward in this. So in a way, OEMs, the suppliers, today everybody has innovation labs, or if you go, the suppliers have, the OEMs have, everybody is having that kind of a approach, and all of them coming together for certain problem statements is and creating solutions, I think is the way forward. And how we can collaborate and co-optation, how can we bring about that going forward in this and create this ecosystem is what is required. Today, whatever startups I know, many of them are working for US based problem statements and solutions from India, because they are looking forward and they're looking at future solutions. And that's where I think that for India, if we need to find such requirements, and OEMs have to work with the startups to create this culture and this ecosystem going forward. And I think there is no two ways about it. And to create that funding effort, OEMs also fund in a way in future, in US and other places. And that's how these incubation and accelerator centers work, where pitches happen by the startups, and they are able to find suitable technologies which can be harnessed. I think that's what I had to say.
Yeah, Raman. So you talked of 2-3 important points. One is this: we have islands of vast amount of, you can say, knowledge, information, which needs to be shared more. And sometimes they should remain as islands, which you mentioned. And one thing which you mentioned is that each company in itself, and you said Marti is taking the lead in terms of its incubation center and mobility lab, how we can utilize it. We don't have anybody from the academia world, but education institutions have a big role to play, and that's what you emphasized on. And I think one thing which you mentioned was that look at the entire value chain. Startups can look at the entire value chain. I mean, it's not only a question of designing product, even from after sales or from the customer piece, what's happening in the market. So these are important things. So how you reach out to them, and rather than they searching for you, how you reach out to them, nurture them. That's, I think, what you're saying, and that's a role which industry has to play and every company has to play. Coming to Nishant, you have, there are two things which you've done. One is that you were a large organization itself, but you moved into the startup space as far as EV is concerned, and you've been very successful. And I mean, even vis-a-vis large players in the commercial vehicle, you got large orders from this, so that there's a lot of experience sharing based on that. There are a lot of learnings. Second, you have made major forays into international markets and some of the very developed markets. So looking at, one is your interface with government bodies, and I'm not talking government bodies only in terms of regulatory, but in terms of government bodies who are purchasing your products, and also in terms of exposure to international markets where you have where you are a startup like across place. What is something what you can advise, or what we do from the best practices of both? Learn from you.
See, one of my biggest learnings has been that we have been working a lot with German, European, Israel, then US, and definitely Japanese, Korean companies here. And some time back, I was in Israel, and I'm personally quite fascinated with the way Israel has grown with no automotive industry 10 years back, and with so many startups in the EV and the artificial intelligence, the software space. They have done exceedingly well. So first and foremost thing which they teach their startups and which they try and imbibe is fail fast, fail cheap. So failure is not an issue, and if you have to fail, why don't you fail fast, is something which they've imbibed in the culture. And when any investor looks at any company and that company's founder has had a failure in the past, he's extremely satisfied to invest in that company, because he says that this person has tasted failure, so he knows what is that he needs to avoid and not need to do, and therefore I can bet on him. And definitely the products and services, how strong they are, they do the needful. Whereas today we see in our Asian culture and in India, if a person has had any failure, we see that as a taboo in most of the cases, I would say. So I think that is the big need for change which we need to have. Secondly, the industry academia connect, which is there in all these countries, like you see Fraunhofer in Germany, or you see Hebrew University, Tel Aviv University in Israel, or you are seeing the NTU in Singapore, or you see different universities in the US, how they work very closely, and startups are incubated at the institutions where students, while doing their projects, are looking at such kind of things. I think they bring about a lot of tech and know-how there. And during their education time, how relevant their education becomes vis-a-vis the practical world is something which is really amazing, that when they come to market, so time to market as well as the relevance to the industry is one of the highest orders which I have seen. The other part which we have experienced while we work with the different institutions is that I think there has been a big change in India also now in last few years, the way the government, the municipalities, the cities, the smart cities, I think since that has come in, there has been a big change how people look at things and see things, and they have been much more open to different startups like us and companies like us in the EV space, and definitely that brings a lot of opportunity where companies can put together a product and can back it with a clear TCO with a long-term horizon. And I feel that today's startups, many of the startups understand this, but not having a transactional approach is very important. How that customer experience is protected for times to come, and you are not really looking at the top line, but the kind of brand equity you are building along with it. I think that is a must in today's day and age. That is when the customer starts really appreciating your product in addition to the solution you are providing to them. Another important,
yeah, Girishant, please continue.
Yeah. That the technology is very fast evolving. So some startups really see that the technology obsolescence becomes a challenge. So how can they avoid this redundancy here? Because as the energy density goes up, as other things happen, so how startups can manage this? That is why the collaborative approach with the different stakeholders in the whole value chain is extremely important, so that they can share that load together and work on it, and really understand that the bandwidth which the startup has in terms of flexibility, agility, the perspective of out-of-the-box thinking combined with OEMs or other stakeholders' experience, I think can create a really good product and service for the end market. And that's my perspective.
So Nishant, you talked a very important thing, and this is your learning from international markets, because when you are in startup phase, there will be failures. But the key point is, do you learn from failures, and is it only failure ridiculed, or is used as a stepping stone for learning to progress? And that's a culture you've seen. Probably that culture is not that much in our country. That needs to be done. The second point which you talked of was this academia, which was touched by Mr. Raman also. Somehow the industry academia interface has been a sore point in our country, and a decade back people used to say that academia and industry work like parallel lines. The twain will never meet. I know the parallel lines are not there. It has started converging, but is the speed of converging what you would like to have is something which is still a challenge area, so more working is required. And third, which you said, is how do you marry the two things? Startups have agility, innovativeness, out-of-the-box thinking, whereas a lot of existing players have maturity, experience, insight, vision of the entire value chain, and how do you combine it? That's a part of it. Mr. Sir, you are a real startup if you look at it. Although Nishant is also a startup in some way, but it's a recognized group in the auto industry for more than 3 decades. From your perspective, what are the 3-4 wishes you would have if you were to say, you bring a smile not only in your face, all the startups' face?
I think Rao was saying something. I think Rao was saying something.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Rao wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what you said. I think even now the collaboration between academia and industry is not up to the mark. And if that improves, actually it's going to address a lot of issues, because almost all, many of the educational institutes, like all IITs, have incubation center for startups. There the startups are constrained because they do not have all the facilities for actually moving from concept to actual engineering product, etc. As far as software startups are concerned, is a different ballgame. But if it's a physical product, so any improvement in collaboration between academia and industry is going to have, will give a lot of benefits to all those incubation centers also. which are there in all
So,
IITs and other educational institutes.
so you say their centers are there, but somehow are they networked, or are they talking the same language, or is there too much of transmission losses? That's what IB is hinting about. So clearly, I think we don't have a panelist from the academia world. Probably next time when we have a panel, we have something from the academia world. And there's a point which Pamela wants to talk. Pamela, anything you want to add on this? Because you're raising your hands on this issue.
Yes, since it's being talked about the areas of excellences in academia and why there is not a benefit which is being taken by the industry. I am on a board of certain scientific research boards. There are certain papers which are being submitted for funding, and I am an evaluator. So while evaluating those papers, I find that the whole objective of this academia is one, to generate a paper, journal paper.
Exactly. Yes.
Number two is to create facilities which are not relevant to the project. So there are they want to have computers, they want to have certain softwares, they want to have some additional facilities. And hence we really don't know whether the real facilities are being created under those, initiatives also. And I have made very specific observations. It's recent experience that the industry problems that we talk of, there are machine tools which are being imported. So they are working on 5-spindle CNC machine is a project given by College of Guindy. And I don't think anybody is aware of the project that they are doing, and there is no taker for it. So they'll do a project, they'll do some study, they'll collect some data, they'll publish a paper, and that's it. And it's not a small amount of funding. It's not a small amount of funding.
Any projects, any developmental work done in academia has to have
Should
a relationship with the outside world,
right,
with the industry, with the customer's perspective. It can't be design, or it cannot be coming to Amitabh, you're also a PhD, so in some way you represent academia also. My point is, you heard all the panelists, but you wear two hats. One is the academia hat, which you would have seen when you were in US, and second is the hat of a small startup who is putting steps from there. What is the wish list? What are the things which you would like to happen? And I said, put a smile on your face and all the startups' face.
Yeah. So I think a lot of very important points already covered. I would, whichever way you look at it, whether you look at it from the institute's perspective or from, a startup in India. I've been in the software industry for 25 years before I came into this, and, two different worlds. And I think even though a lot of points have been made about the availability of funds and the funding situation, and conversations about, and we are not talking about Chetan in this room, I'm talking about the general startup ecosystem. I think at the end of the day, the availability of funds may be there, but the quantum of that availability, I think, is still very small compared to the amount of work or the amount of investment which is needed to do something creative, something innovative, something at scale. I think it is essential. There are a lot of fence sitters who are looking at this, and I saw that consistently even in the presentations that were done. People do talk about funding, but when you talk about a real startup in this ecosystem, either the funding itself is limited or the results that are expected when financing finally shows up, 93% by then would probably have failed. And it's got to do with both sides. It's not just about the funding or the investors or the OEMs coming forward, but it's also got to do with the startups. I do believe a lot of the startups don't fail because of starvation. They fail because of indigestion. They land up doing too many things at the same time, and they run out of money. So I think I want to stress a lot on that, on the need for financing, even at the educational institution level. I mean, if you look at the quantum of grants that are being given, there will be some university, and a lot of these universities who will be getting a decent chunk of money. But like Pamela pointed out, I mean, the focus and the areas, I get, in the last 8 years, I get requests for internships from all kinds of institutes, good and bad. But it's a consistent thing. I was the team champion at Baha. That's the only thing in the last 8 years. All I have seen is designing, race cars by sourcing components from anywhere they can get their hand on. I'm not sure where that's going, really. I mean, you talk about the ecosystem needed for EVs and to accelerate that. Do we really want to make just, design, fast-moving, just speed cars and not care about the components being used inside? I'm not trying to be hypercritical, but I'm saying that, lack of good ideas possibly is also, somewhere, sometimes I feel that, the OEMs or, industry should be mandated to participate and interact with universities. They have to pick, 5 universities in that state or in that area or something like that. Make it mandatory. It's like I always say, the only way to improve government schools is to mandate that every government employee should have their kids go to school only in government schools, right? That you'll see them turn around. Same thing. I mean, if you mandate that, you have to pick these kinds of institutes and you will have to work together, you will see a big difference. And I think industry will also realize, and there'll be small companies, big OEMs who would also be participating at the university level. Becomes a good ground for everyone to meet and see. I think on the demand side, there's a lot to be done. I think we are all in our small cocoons making, I have the best motor and you have the most efficient controller and he has the best gearbox. You put them together, you have the silliest electric vehicle ever possible. So I think in our silos, it just doesn't make sense. So somewhere, I mean, these have to come together and it has to be driven on the demand side. Demand side, people are still, just waiting and saying, okay, show me how your vehicle can do 500 kilometers and then I might consider it. So there are a lot of things on the demand side that startups can also do. So I'll just, yeah, go ahead.
When I was speaking initially, Amitabh will speak from the mind and from the heart, and now you spoke from the heart. 2 things which you mentioned, this combination, or we talked of collaboration. If it is not done properly, as you said, people focusing on high-speed cars, which is not the need of that. So is it a cacophony or a symphony? Obviously, you're looking for a symphony. And then we talk of pace and agility. We say startups have a pace and agility and out of the box. Somehow the other stakeholders also need to have that pace, agility, out of the box. And somehow this industry academy, I think this is something what you talked of mandating, where you can say it has to be not a discussion, debate or dialogue. It has to be a dictate. That's what you're saying. That's something to work for. But very interesting perspective. I think we are running out of time, but I would now
around one point. What is there in medical courses? I think at the end of engineering, it should be mandated to have 6 months internship in some industry. I mean, it should be compulsory, and so industry also has to take, based on the size of the industry, I mean, organizations, a minimum number of interns every year. I think that should be made compulsory.
But I mean, there is a concept in engineering colleges that they have to do some internship, summer internship, 2 months.
Only some colleges have. No, the problem is some colleges have that so-called 6 months internship in industry. But when the students come, they don't come with any guideline from the institute. They just come as per the requirement. They have to spend 6 months with the industry. They are clueless as to what is to be done. So if they get a good mentor in the industry, then they will gain something. Otherwise, they would be wasting their time. All right. Sorry, I'm very...
No. I know your passion.
What happened?
I think we need a lot of passion also in the discussion. Just we don't need intellectual only stimulus.
They will learn a lot. Otherwise, they will be roaming around different shops.
What you touched a very nerve. It touched a raw nerve. I mean, I remember 3 decades back what I did in my engineering training. So somewhat what Ivy is talking about. It's not a very proud thing to say, but how do you ensure that this training it's a win-win situation both for the company and for the student, and there is win-win which is outlined what is objective, not that you go and get a certificate part of it. So that's something which is coming out very strongly. Now
industry also has to have special group which will take care of these interns coming regularly, and I mean end of the day, if they are used properly, they will be productive also. I mean, they will be able to contribute.
Arun, I think that in this academia stuff, where it's an important point, just 30 seconds of this. I think it's important the institutions lead instead of follow. Once the industry starts to do something, then the institution starts thinking about it. In the West, the universities are 5 years ahead of thinking of these areas. So they've already got on this front. And so when GM in the US was trying to think, we want to accelerate electric vehicle program, they, for example, worked with University of Michigan to train 400 engineers over 2 years. Right? So the university then had collaborative programs to bring this in, right? There are no finishing schools today in the country, right? It would be great, like when you had the, software became a big thing in the 90s. When anyone graduated, they went to get a job. 4-month finishing school for electrics on this area out of any institution. So then they are ready for the industry on this area. And I do believe an university was related to, projects years ago, racing solar cars. It taught you about efficiency, taught you about teamwork, taught you about everything. And I believe more of these at a more detailed level, not very superfluous level that everyone's put on a resume, but really working deep dive into it. But if 100, 200 colleges can do this multiple ones, they're already doing it, but if we can scale it, support it more, you start to bring in 3,000, 4,000 engineers every year who's done work on college at competition, have some experience in motors, controllers, and other stuff, and come in. So you need that kind of flow on this area of an ecosystem. And I think that the institutions and industry working together can really accelerate this, which is going to be very important to really meet our 2030 electrification targets.
So Chetan, what I think your views, what you're echoing is the concept that educational institutions are the centers of excellence. Pandit Nehru used to talk of, when he used to refer to Bhakra Nangal, or he used to refer to our Bhabha Atomic Research Centers as temples of modern India. So something that you look for the forward, that is, you are leading from the front, or you are looking ahead and not lagging behind. And that's sort of the issue you're talking of. But I think, Pamela, looking at what the issue on academia is ignited, and next time, whenever there's an ICAT, there should be a separate special discussion on this topic. How did academia, industry, and startups work together? Now I'll come to the last portion, and each of the panelists, I would like 2 things from them. One is 2 points which there's a saying by Abraham Lincoln: don't ask the country what the country will do for you, ask yourself what you do for the country. So 2 things which you say, the segment or the domain you represent, I will do this. And 2 things, only 2 things, what you require from other stakeholders. And the other 2 things can be from government, can be from industry. So you wear the hat of your domain, your segment, and 2 things what you will do, and 2 things what you require from the other stakeholders. So Nishant, you're the young man in the block, so straight to you. 2 things which you as a company would do, and 2 things which you would expect others to do.
So we as a company are actually committed to sustainability and working on the when to wheel clearly, so that how with the electric vehicle technologies, we are not solving half the problem from tank to wheel. So from solar generation, power generation, to energy storage, to charging systems, to the electric vehicle, I think that complete zero emission output of when to wheel is important. That is what we are gunning for, and that's what we're committed to. Secondly, our perspective is very clear that as an organization, how are we delivering affordability, safety, and comfort to each and every end customer, and that experience which the customer can carry, so that public transport or the solutions around it today, it is a need, and it's driven by a need, is driven by choice. So from need to choice, how that transition and that journey is moving forward, and then how technology is driving value in all our
that's what you do.
That is very important for us. 2 areas of requests and support which the industry gets. I think if there's an institutionalized mechanism for the startups to engage with the industry and the kind of funding which they need today, I think that's very important. Second thing which I would say, which has emerged out clearly today, that targeted research and development in the areas which the industry needs, where startups and industry as well as the academia can work together I think that would really take us a long way in the future if that can be done. And that in every such ecosystem, different industries can participate. It can become more of cross-functional working, and they can spearhead it in their own way. And it's very focused on certain products and services which are required, because that is what will make it meaningful.
Okay, Shan, so well said. Ivy, since you are a senior fellow at TERI, and TERI is the think tank of the government, your ideas are something which government look forward with a lot of hope and optimism, and also with a lot of, they believe in you. So from a TERI perspective, from a government policy perspective, where you are trying to influence, what are two things you will do and two things which you expect other stakeholders? I just wanted bullet points.
It's very difficult for me to talk what TERI would be able to do in this, with reference to startups, because they are into a very different, they work in very different areas where they talk about energy, sustainability, and other things, and they do not have any group or cell which.
So you can wear the hat of SIAM. You were active in SIAM for more than 2 decades. So
yeah,
you can
I can talk about at personal level. I am ready to. Actually, I am already doing it to some extent. Support startups and do whatever I feel is required to make startups. Achieve what they have. Their concept, and also interact with other stakeholders who can help them to actually make their journey smoother.
And what do you expect from the other stakeholders?
In the sense, if somebody is working on something which is relevant for a particular industry, maybe it's also important for a startup to get connected with anybody is also a very big issue, actually. Unless they go through somebody who is known to that person, the industry people to talk to startups and understand startups requirement is also a big issue. So that's what I can do at an individual level. And then other thing what I feel is ICAT, if it's working towards setting up an incubation accelerator center, they should create all the facilities required, starting with engineering design, evaluation on the product evaluation on computer before it's actually goes to physical prototyping. And also they should have at least basic facilities for creating the prototypes, which would really help not only the startup but also a lot of component manufacturers. This is this area we do not have many facilities in India, actually, prototyping parts and making parts to some design without regular tooling. So ICAT should go into that, and also because they are setting up this center, they should also work on a sort of orientation capsule where the startup should be explained what all steps are there from concept to final taking product to market. Because this is also a gray area for many of the startups.
So since coming from Ivy, I know he's talked a very noble thing, people who are long years in experience in industry, how can they contribute their personal time? I know of his case. I was talking to a startup in Mumbai. They say Ivy is a call away and he doesn't charge us anything. So that's, I think, the spirit we need to inculcate as a sort of we give back to society or give back to industry. Coming to Pamela, there's a lot of expectation from ICAT, and Ivy did mention on it. So two things which you have mentioned, which ICAT will do.
I think
and
Raman
two things
San
which you
has
think.
to. I think Raman San has to leave. He told me he
Okay,
has a
Raman,
hard stop at 2:15.
now
Maybe we
coming
can
from
take up
industry,
Raman
you
San first,
represent
and
the
then
auto
maybe I
industry,
can.
the big manufacturer. So what are two things you would do? And when I say you, doesn't mean you or Maruti, but industry, auto industry, and two things you would expect from other stakeholders. You can keep it very short and crisp to the point.
Yeah. So two things which industry needs to do and which we continue to do will be engage with startups to develop technology and solutions in the mobility space. and engage with academia to nurture as well as develop technology going forward. I think these are the two main things which need a lot of uh, effort from the industry. Also from the what I would require from the stakeholders, and there I would look at the government, that how they can support the such incubation centers or accelerator centers in terms of funding, so that even if you do it in ICAT, I think it has to be a sustainable way. It'll take some time to make it sustainable. So the initial support which would be required from the government, and also some kind of a change in the academic, institutions working would be something which industry would look forward to, because we need to have a forward-looking thinking on the educational front. Certain kind of changes in terms of curriculum and all of that also need to be worked out, which would make people ready for entering the industry. So I think that is that's a big change which is also we need to work on. Thank you.
Thanks, Raman. I think very well put. Before we come to Pamela, we'll go to Chetan.
Arun
Chetan, from your perspective.
Arun, can I take your leave? I have a hard stop.
Because we've
so thank you very much, everybody. To all my co-panelists also, thank you. It was very enriching experience. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Raman.
Thanks, Raman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Raman sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raman. So coming to Mr. Chetan Mania, from your perspective, and you represent the entire, I mean, you've seen this from OEM perspective, the ecosystem from a startup.
So I would also have to log off. Thanks a lot, and would wish you best of luck for all the upcoming.
Okay, Nishant. Okay, thanks, Nishant. Thanks, you.
Thank you, Nishant.
So thanks. So I think we'll have to hurry up because everybody's got their tight schedules. We are already behind time. So coming to you, Chetan, from your perspective, two things which you think you will do, and I say you, the industry domain you expect, you represent, and two things which you expect from the other stakeholders.
So for the infrastructure side, I think there are today 50 companies that are working directly or indirectly on battery swapping, which is going to try to transform. This is from people related to technology players, battery manufacturers, charging systems, ecosystem players, right? So what I think the industry is trying to do is how do we and come across with full solution. It's still disjoint, large opportunity for the industry to larger way to look, and need to be open architect, can choose different and that would promote competition, and that would give the best solutions out there when the industry is transforming. And what do we expect from this? I think that the government's policy should be technology agnostic. All of these should play, and the best player should win. Today, there isn't playing field which the government needs to structure on this area, both from subsidy disbursement and from GST area. And the second part is, I think it's important that that the stakeholders, it's a bigger picture. It's about a city, it's about OEMs, it's about solution providers like a Yulu or a Uber or a Smarty, and it is and it's about energy providers all coming together. So therefore, it's an ecosystem play that requires us to look at it. So I would think is how do we create successful pilots in different cities for different areas? How do we create a delivery pilot that works? How do we create different ones? If we can come together and create these over the next, it gives an opportunity for us to scale this across the country.
Thanks, Chetan. I think what you emphasize is being technology agnostics and having a more consistent long-term tax policy. Coming to you, Amitabh, before we come to Pamela, from your perspective, two things which you will do, and since we are running out of time, just brief two things what you would expect. Top two things only.
I think, thanks, Arun. I think I'll stick to one because I think most of the panelists have covered everything very honestly. I think I don't want to repeat any of that. We started with a very noble intent. We don't believe that that intent has anything wrong with it, which means carbon-free transportation. Altigreen will always stand behind it. That's number one. I think number two, to me, very important is that I want to make the humble commercial vehicle driver feel like a hero when he's driving the electric vehicle. That change has to be brought about. I am in the peace of mind business. I need to make sure that he feels that he's driving a vehicle which he's proud of, which can compete with the Kapada Maro Nikallo diesel vehicle that he has. So I think we will stand behind those two things. I think the only ask that I will have, will be more from the entire process of doing all this, if from a government regulation perspective, can be made almost like a single window. The ease of doing business, I think, is still something that startups really have to worry about. I really want to banish this concept of agents. I mean, people look at me like I am from some other planet. Which agent have you engaged? Why would I? I mean, I'm 8 years in this. It just feels weird. I mean, we've had very, very good interactions with regulators. Who is sitting there? I mean, just been unbelievable. But this concept that still exists in the mind of the startup, right? Ki agent dhondo yaar. That's the only way we can get through it. This is wrong. I think it's important to have like a single window approach. I'm not talking about the regulator itself, but after that there is RTO, this trade certificate, then so many things before you can actually land up doing anything. And this is for components is different, for OEMs it's different. So I think that would be my.
Amitabh, you talked of two things: ease of doing business, and you said also you want to banish the word, as far as the auto ecosystem is concerned, of middlemen, brokers, bicholia. We call them dalals. They should be out of the ecosystem. They cannot be a stakeholder in the system. That's what I get. You said his social objective is that give dignity and pride to people who drive a small commercial vehicle. That's a great social cause. Coming to last but not the least, Pamela, expectations very high from ICAT. Two things which you have talked of in the issue, but two key things which you can commit on behalf of ICAT or the other agencies which also exist and coexist with ICAT, and two things which you would expect from the other stakeholders.
So I have already talked about that ICAT is committed to create a incubation and acceleration facility in ICAT. That's one, wherein we will provide design. We have virtual design facility. We have physical validation facility, and we can also help in tying up a prototyping for a product development. That is one. Number two is ICAT is also committed to create a university course which will be for innovation.
Oh, that's great.
So how to develop innovation, how to market innovation, how to create funding. So that's something which we have in mind, to create a university for innovation. It is not going to be physical, it can be virtual, and some part can be in ICAT physical form. So that's number two. What I expect from the others is that since we are going to build up this incubation center, we seek industry support to have a partnership in understanding and helping and taking early successes into, you have to demonstrate. So industry can become a demonstrator of startup success if there is an early taker. So that will encourage people to get into this area more and more. So I seek support from the industry to create certain early success stories. Number two is I also seek support from the startup community who are logged in today, that we have an Aspire portal. If they have certain queries, questions, doubts on regulations, on product development, on any facilities where they want to get products tested, or they want to know who can help them, they can post those queries on the portal itself. We have around 20,000 plus people who have registered. We have more than 1,000 experts plus registered on the portal. We request everybody who are in business, who can contribute to the good cause of development of this area of innovation, can also register themselves and create a community in interaction. So a lot of things can happen virtually. You don't need to physically. If somebody has a problem, and if somebody wants to source certain products and they don't know where to source from, they can also pose those questions, and if we are able to answer it, we'll answer it. If there is somebody who's on the board can answer. So these are two things that we want to do.
So one of the big ideas which you said, I think you hit the nail on the head. There is no concept of University of Innovation, and if ICAT is leading from the front on that, it will be a game changer. If you can do it, it can be a game changer. And second thing, you have proactively said that any challenges, any problems, any issues in which startups have, they can post on their portal. That's something which can really lead. But I'm thankful to all the panelists, the discussion. We have a lot of light generated, some heat also, not heat to that extent, but light and heat generated. And I must like to thank the panelists for being not wearing the comfort zone and not wearing their company hat, talking of the industry. So it's been a very interesting, very insightful discussion. So thank each of the panelists, and I hope and I presume that all the people who were hearing, or the audience, did gain from it. So thank you very much, and over to Pamela.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to continue by expressing my vote of thanks for this concluding session of this 2 days event. So bear with me for 5 more minutes so that I can acknowledge people who have participated. So honorable guests on the panel, Shri Arun Malhotra ji, Shri I.V. Rao, Shri Raman San, Mr. Chetan Maini, Shri Nishant Arya, Shri Amitav Saran, distinguished guest speakers who have participated in 2 days. Very good afternoon. I propose this vote of thank for this first ICAT Connect on Aspire on Startup. For us, Startup also is a new initiative, is a new concept. We are also learning. This has been set up under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative of Department of Heavy Industry, and we expect that we are able to create an ecosystem wherein solution seekers and solution providers can come on board. None other than Shri Arun Goyal ji, Secretary Heavy Industry, is personally monitoring the progress of these technology portals. There are 6 technology portals being developed for 6 different industries. And we have regular reviews on this, and we hope to generate these ideas of startup incubation center and innovation university have generated out of this initiative only. I also want to thank all panel members. I want to thank all the government officials who have helped us in creating this 2-day event. I want to express my special thanks to Startup India Joint Secretary Shri Anil Agarwal ji, whose staff and Startup India people have helped us bring up this program together, and we are going to make this as a regular feature on a regular intervals. We are going to create such interactions, and we are going to bring out action items out of this interaction. I would like to place on record the appreciation and thanks to Embassy of Israel in Delhi, who have helped us in getting Mr. Ariel Sela, who shared how Israeli ecosystem is working and how they are doing a lot of innovation for automotive industry while they don't have their own industry. So they are become the technology providers of the world to US and Germany. So there is something which India can learn from it. I would like to express my thanks to Astha, Jasleen, Sana, Diksha from Startup India, who have helped us. I want to express my thanks to our director who gave the direction for undertaking this initiative, Ankit for coordinating the overall event, Sitikant, Vibhu, Krishna Govind for helping putting up this GoToWebinar seminar and seamlessly interacting with people and making that we don't have any glitches. Vikas from IT support, Shakti from being a wonderful master of ceremonies. Although he's not visible, he looks very small in the picture, but he has been a good support. Thanks a lot. I want to thank Sogata Abhijit for coordinating all the activities under Aspire. And we have had a very good response on Twitter. Yesterday, Abhijit tweeted Aspire Startup, and the moment he tweeted it, we had 6,000 likes on the Twitter. That was within half an hour. So thanks, Abhijit, for taking us to social media. We have had more than 1,000 registration. That's a landmark registration that we have had so far on a webinar, and I'm happy that people have found that there is a value to listen to what we, and we are thankful that we could create good sessions which are valuable for this cause. I also want to thank everybody, and I have also inviting everybody to please send your applications for, if they are interested in incubation and acceleration center in ICAT, they can send their applications, they can register on Aspire portal. I'm told that we are going to have the next startup meet in April 2021. And I hope by that time certain actions would have already been undertaken, and we will be able to present something more to this group together. Thank you, Mr. Arun Malhotra, for being an excellent coordinator and helping me and helping us and agreeing to moderate this session. Thank you, Rao San, for being a mentor. He is a part of our Aspire governing board. I would request Arun San to also be part of our Aspire activities and initiatives. So we'll, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
and
you,
wish you
Arun.
a very
Great
happy
job.
new year, and hope 2021 brings good time for everyone, and we are through with this COVID situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Arun. Thank ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your amazing words and such a warm vote of thanks. Now we are at the end of our two-day webinar. That was the ICAT Startups Connect. I once again thank all the speakers, panel members, invitees, and delegates for actively participating in the webinar. I hope knowledge shared by dignitaries, speakers, and panel members during these 2 days was useful for development of our startup infrastructure. We will share a feedback form with all of you, and your feedbacks will help us improve further during our next edition of ICAT Startups Connect. We look forward to your participation in the next edition as well. So I, Shakti Khanna, on behalf of the organizing committee of ICAT Startups Connect and ICAT management, say a very warm goodbye to all of you. I wish you a very great day ahead. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.